summer feeling. Put your hands up for the summer dreaming. Hands up for the summer feeling. Put your hands up for the summer dreaming. Hands up for the summer feeling. Put your hands up for the summer dreaming. Turn back the tide, ignite the feeling. Rewind your mind, summer dreaming. Two hearts collide in the evening. You make me feel alive, that's what I'm feeling. Whoa, whoa,
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of Week 7 of LCK Summer here. It is starting to be that LEC time where all of the games matter. But this first one, not so much. Hummer Life, well and truly on the bottom of the standings.
Yeah.
And Damwon, there is one thing, and you found this out earlier today and shared it with me. Let us know what we need to be watching out for when it comes to Damwon.
Well, Damwon, as you mentioned, today it should be pretty obvious that they should take the 2-0 the way they're playing. They were able to 2-0 DRX, so you would imagine they would 2-0 Hummer Life. Well, if they 2-0 everybody from here on out, including two of the teams on the West that they have left, which is Genji and T1, if they can do that, they will break the 2015 SKT Summer record for best record, actually, in the LCK, which was plus 29.
Yeah.
Which I guess was 5 losses in games out of the whole season. So Damwon are currently on 4. So if they could just clean sweep from here, they're going to beat the record. And that is pretty huge. I mean, it'll be 5 years since that record was made. And to have it potentially be broken now after such a long time means it's a really crazy record to have.
That's pretty unbelievable. And remember, guys, that was the season that, you know, this was Marin's SKT alongside Fakey. You know, like, this was a team that was unbeatable, then went along, of course, to win Worlds as well. So to be able to stand up against a record like that would be unbelievable, but we'll see whether Hummer are going to be able to stand up alongside Damwon and maybe knock them down a peg. Like, if they win one game, then that record's out the window, right? All they can do is tie. So maybe it's just about taking a little bit of a chip off of Damwon here instead of actually taking them down. But Damwon looked just so damn good. Yeah, the bipolar momentum is definitely there, as it's been a long time since Hummer have won a series.
Boy. Yes, definitely very true. We're kind of going opposite directions. And it is Dudu and Cad and Mirror today, all 3 rookies coming in. The new kids on the block, on the Rift, I guess. Shut down Damwon's Beast Boys on the top side. I'm just going to refer to them to the Beast Boys from now on.
It actually sounds amazing. And I was a big Beastie Boys fan, so I'm totally down with this.
Intense bottom combat incoming. I can't wait for the bottom combat atlas. That's going to be the thing I'm looking forward to.
Oh my god, we better refer. Every time we're in the bottom lane and there's a trade, it needs to be bottom combat. I need this in my life. You know what we don't need? We don't need Hummer Live stats broadcasted at the moment. They are not doing so well. 9th, 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 10th. 10th, by the way, is the worst position because we have 10 teams. So bad news bears there. But first in every column is pretty good here for Damwon.
Yeah, this is more so, I guess, highlighting Damwon. And then, unfortunately, we have to show both teams at the same time. So we have to show Hummer Life's stats there. And,
almost 6,000 gold ahead at 15 minutes, by the way.
They just dumpster everybody they face.
Oh my god.
Including DRX. Like, round 2, they might just straight up clean sweep. Which would be insane if they just don't even drop a game.
I was actually worried about DRX yesterday because of how one-sided that series was. I thought maybe that said more about DRX than it did about Damwon, but maybe I'm wrong, man. Maybe they're just an unbelievable team in extraordinary form at the moment. Because we have to remember, in spring, with no roster changes, like, Damwon fell to DRX like 3-1 in the playoffs. Like, that happened.
Yeah.
And this was a DRX that didn't even look like it was in the same form that it is in the summer season. Just pretty amazing stuff. So let's have a look to see whether Damwon can continue to impress as we move further forward. Lehens versus Beryl is going to be our highlighted matchup here. Kill participation, not great here for Beryl, but that's because they get all their killing done very early in the game, and that's during a laning phase, and oftentimes, you know, Beryl's not going to be able to get there. So you can forgive him for that one.
He is kind of all over the map at the same time. Like
His duo proximity is just...
Yeah, that's the thing. And Lehens kind of as well, because he has stopped playing as much, Yuumi especially. They just don't really like their AD carries. They're like, well, we're going to affect every other lane. I remember the first game against DRX. It's like DRX, I think, got first blood. And then Beryl just ganked top lane, and we're like, oh, actually, maybe he's just going to control the early game by himself from the support role. It's pretty crazy what Beryl can do for his team. And he's definitely part of the reason. I remember he had this interview early on where he's like, I'm practicing every day. COVID, it just tells me I have to be indoors, so I'm only going to play League of Legends for every single waking moment. And all the practice is really paying off because he is just on fire right now. And, you know, it makes me question my unwavering...
Carrier partnership?
Yeah, Carrier...
Well, you were watching yesterday, right? You saw Carrier's, like, unbelievable, like, Alistair insect moment, which was against a Poppy, which makes it even more impressive. The thing that really scares me is that Beryl's probably the best Alistair player in the LCK.
Yeah.
At least based on, you know, what he was able to do at Worlds last year and when Alistair really was prevalent in the meta. So excited to see whether we're going to get Ghost's Kalista and Beryl's Alistair, because both of the, like, that combo for DRX didn't necessarily look as OP as it could be because the Poppy sort of ruined it. But it is extraordinarily strong, and they're two champions that this bottom lane does very much enjoy playing, at least historically. So very excited to see whether they're going to be pulling that one out. There's Showmaker on your screen right here. You were talking to me a little bit earlier on, seeing whether he was going to play some of his 4 fun champions. I personally wanted to play Katarina. You were suggesting some Kassadin. Hopefully he's just going to have a good time, you know?
I think we all want to see Katarina. I think, though, someone posted this on Twitter where he made an English list of why Katarina is bad.
Yeah, right.
So maybe he's kind of moved away from that, even though he is playing it in solo queue. Maybe in competitive play, he's just kind of shelved that one for now. But he has played Kassadin before, and it's pretty good against some of the meta mid laners that are out there right now. And it's definitely one of those things that you don't necessarily want to always bring out. So maybe he'll sprinkle a little bit of Kassadin in today and give us some fun. Maybe, you know, casually pick up another pentakill if he feels like it. That's just what Showmaker does.
Yep. See whether he can do that. Unfortunately, based on solo queue, he's not rank 1 anymore, only rank 2 at the moment. So just terrible, basically.
Wow.
His second account also, I think, fell to, like, it's rank 17.
I mean,
this is unacceptable.
Maybe we should just, I don't know, find a new mid laner?
I think maybe Damwon might need to look into a new mid laner.
Yeah.
So it's just, even Canyon's catching up to him. He's ranked 21. So yeah, just not good enough, really. Zephyr, you can see that's why he has a little bit of concern in his face right now. Because he's like, I don't know whether we can play without a rank 1 mid laner.
Yeah, might have to pick some safe champions for the mid lane
I think we might need to.
Like Showmaker's Galio, where he's like everywhere on the map. He exists in multiple lanes at the same time.
And dimensions.
Yeah. Guy is literally insane.
He is pretty nutty. As here we go, into Champion Select for game number 1. Hanwha will be on the blue side. This is the only side Damwon have lost games on, so as in being on red side.
Yeah.
The side that they've lost games on, so this is the best chance Hanwha have got, statistically. As Twisted Fate is going to be banned away, and we'll see what Damwon are going to respond with. I think Galio bans make sense. Miru has definitely shown some decent Galio play, but they're going to just go through the tier list first. That's a smart ban.
Yeah. I think letting any of the top mid laners get Zoe right now is a little bit of a mistake. We saw BDD picking up Zoe yesterday, and I was just like, okay, well, on to the next one. The Ezreal does get banned. I do agree with you. I think that Galio does deserve a little bit of attention here. I'm just not sure if they're going to find a way to fit it in to the 3 bans that they have. We've been seeing so much first pick Volibear that now they're just first banning it on red side. They're like, actually, no, it's too strong. Let's just take that away.
Well, I think Damwon are wondering whether or not they need to ban Karma. I would suggest it, personally, and then assume that Harmful Life are going to pick something like Callista, and then insta-lock Camille Galio and then win the game.
Yeah.
That could be a thing that you could do.
That's definitely a thing you can do. And it was like Karma probably first, and then Set, and then maybe Galio, or Callista for another ban to come in. And they might just actually ignore the Karma, which would be interesting. I think she's amazing because of her flexibility.
I don't think they necessarily need to prioritize it, as there's the Galio that we were talking about. So Damwon have been a little bit denied, and we'll see whether Damwon are going to be forced to pick a very early Camille, because the Camille Galio is just so incredibly powerful. See what they do. Nogri, of course, is very happy to blind pick Camille in almost any instance, as we could just pick a bottom lane here, and Ashe Karma would be very strong.
Yeah, we're going to need a good bottom lane for the bottom combat that we have coming up.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm still thinking about that.
It's really good.
Such a good translation.
I'm going to write it down.
Well, yeah, Ashe is pretty good in general. In terms of AD carries right now, I think the Camille is definitely something you could consider here.
Whoa, okay.
Maybe looking to counter mid lane right from the get-go and say, well, anything you can do, I can do better. Although it's not necessarily true with the Galio.
Felios, thinking about stacking up the years here just a little bit. We've seen in the laning phase, Ashe definitely have a good time into the Aphelios. However, give him a bit of time, give him the right guns, and things can certainly go in the way of the Aphelios. Lee seem to be locked in, so we're going to ignore Camille completely. And it looks like Harmful Life not really wanting to show face up their solo lanes, which does make some sense. Cad going to be on a pretty high priority jungler at the moment, no matter what your opinion of him is. And there's the Kassadin that you were talking about.
I think he's
going through his solo queue picks. Oh, come on.
Stop
Don't do this
doing
to
this
me.
to us, Showmaker.
Playing with my heart. Feral is the guy that started it, and this is the lane that a lot of teams have just been locking in. Team dynamics showing that it doesn't necessarily work out every time. However, we saw it yesterday, and it did perform very, very well.
Yeah, it definitely has a lot of potential. It's a pretty safe lane because of the Ashe, and then you add in Pantheon, who's a melee support, which can sometimes get bullied by some of the other supports, but because of his E ability, it kind of strips that away. So there's not many weaknesses, and then also, of course, the two of them work very well together in terms of engage. So I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing it become very popular right now, as it looks like we're going to try to take away some supports from the Hens. Not a bad idea.
The thing that I do like is if Damwon instantly pick the Camille after this, you just steal away the heroic entrance, and then you're just a better version of Galio as you fall down, but you also get the man drop alongside it, which is just real dicey. Kennen would have also been great. Damwon already have Sylas picked up for themselves, so you don't run into that potential counterpick. They decide that no Camille is to be played this game, noting that the Kennen ban could have been aimed at trying to gather that pick. We have seen Kennen lose the matchup to Camille, by the way. That has happened.
Oh, look who's coming out here, Mr. B4 Renekton.
Yeah, we are seeing it. Oh,
Question is Damwon going to pick it first?
Is it going to be R4
Renekton?
or is it going to be B4? That's the question.
Oh,
you have to R4 it before they can B4 it.
It's like the most obvious line of banning I've ever seen. Like,
yeah.
They're like, we are picking Renekton with a megaphone.
How do you feel about it?
Yeah.
We feel Rek'Sai about it. Rek'Sai, not a great win rate so far. Hasn't won a game yet on this patch. However, we've seen it banned a lot by teams that like to pick Lee Sin. And Canyon, of course, was known for a lot of Rek'Sai spamming. As there it is. That's the P4 Renekton you were talking about.
Yeah. So Renekton gets picked up here, and both of these teams are just going face first into each other, which I think on paper, if you look at the Aphelios, obviously he gets a lot of value there, but we're going to have to wait and see how these drafts do finish themselves out before we consider which team has what strengths. Now they need a support to go with all of this.
Braum. Looking for some scaling here. Okay, so Braum going to be picked up alongside the Aphelios, just to try and keep people alive. We got shields and doors. Both of these supports actually pretty similar, to be honest. One focuses a little bit more on the CC. The other one just does a hell of a lot of damage. Nuggery's Jace, looking to come in to counteract the Renekton. You can't ban all the counters, as it turns out. And this would definitely be a comfortable one for Nuggery. He is going to lock that one in. Definitely isolated, a good choice. Don't know whether it really fits the composition fantastically well, but they do have some poke options. And certainly the long-range pick of the Ash Arrow means that, you know, you soften them up with a Shock Blast, shoot them with an arrow, and everyone dives on top.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a really fun composition when you're ahead. And I think that DWG Gaming, just with how good they are, they're going to get ahead. And
yeah.
I think we're going to see a very feisty kind of game here. Unless Homolife kind of pull the Janair where they go into their turtle shell and they say, well, we don't want to fight you. We have a Renekton, but we don't care about that. Hopefully Viper can carry us. Like the only times we've won yet is when Viper carries us. So maybe that will just be their strategy. If they can get a really fed Aphelios in the late game, there is still hope for them. But again, we do have to take the team nameplates into account when we talk about all this stuff. But
yep, you were saying a lot of ifs, and I was hearing a lot of ifs about this particular composition. They definitely do have a lot of burliness. They've got some early to mid game insurance with the old Lee Sin, but Rek'Sai in the isolated matchup definitely does a whole lot better. And if you're talking about early game, that's where Damwon certainly thrive. We'll see whether Showmaker can actually get some priority here this game. Melee versus melee in the mid lane does mean that Sylas is probably going to be absolutely fine. But the wave clear out of Galio certainly does eclipse that of the Sylas in the early stages. So we'll see whether Miru can actually keep him down, because keeping down Showmaker is certainly going to be the aim of the game here for Homolife, and also a very tall order for a very new mid laner here for Homolife Esports. But let's do it. Let's get into game one of our first match on our final day of Week 7.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
here we go. Welcome to the Rift. And there is a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Miro, as you were mentioning. It's up against Showmaker. It's on his best champion, from what we can see, so he's got that going for him, but he's also the only AP damage on his team. So, you know, Galio's not necessarily somebody who's shelling out consistent AP damage, but he obviously is very good in the combo sense. But if you look at their team, they don't really have a lot of range. I mean, it's only Aphelios, and unless he's got that first gun, the Calibrum, I believe it is.
Indeed, the sniper gun, the Caitlyn gun.
Yeah, then you're going to be really short-ranged as a team. So the only time you're going to be able to attack the opponent is if they're all coming into you, or you are able to hard engage into them. But if you look on the other side, we got Jace and Ashe. I think that Ghost and Nuggery can do a fine job of keeping Homolife at length.
Dude, he's just like, nah, I don't think I actually want to shoot this guy. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to hit this guy. Not really what he wants. Chain Lash is starting here, as haven't checked in on the bottom lane just yet. I wanted to talk about some bottom combat. We didn't get to. Here we are. Bottom combat, ready for you guys.
We have some Mortal Kombat. We have bottom combat.
It's just a lot of combat.
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat, the thing that we talk about a lot of the time when nothing's happening. And having a look at the Ashe Pantheon win rates, certainly Damwon are doing this one very, very well. 2-0, haven't lost very many games, of course. The Gen G also, I believe this was yesterday, they were able to bring it out and picking themselves up a win. It's Team Dynamics that are really fumbling it, and they're forcing it a lot so far.
Yeah.
Any other team seems to just be finding success with this lane duo.
Yeah, think we need more stats, you know. I think it'll be interesting once we get into playoffs if this kind of combo really takes off and gets really popular, because then it's going to be, you know, more Dom1 DRX, Dom1 T1, or DRX Gen G, right, where it's really evenly matched teams, and it's not just Dom1, you know, crushing bottom-level teams, as here we go.
Oh, gets in the way. Really beautiful stuff here as the Abduct is going to land, and Canyon gonna grab that first blood. Emotes are blazing. And this one started pretty early, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of CC that the Silas and the Rek'Sai have together is pretty insane. And you can see that Canyon, that's a very fortunate time for that to pop up right as they pick up first blood. He's 10-2 on the pick of Rek'Sai, which is, of course, very common into the Lee Sin. But didn't even have to face off against Lee Sin and already picked up a kill. So things going pretty well for Dom1 already.
Yeah, real scary stuff. I love the use of the abscond by Showmaker to block the Justice Punches. Beryl is... He's never in his dang lane.
You knew this was coming.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether the Abduct's going to land, and it will. There's the sun, and Mirror going to get blocked one more time. That's a taunt, but you don't want to be taunting this team. Flash forward by Beryl, and that's the second one. Here at 4 minutes in. Oh god, this is not going to take long, is it?
That felt like solo queue, where the mid laner is like, oh, my jungler's right next to me. I can engage on this, right? And again, Mirror didn't have any escape. So he's like, I'm going in. Hopefully my jungler helps. Cad moves to the left. It auto-attacks the Scuttle Crab. He smites it, and then he comes like 5 seconds late. And it's like, well, that's not going to help out. And of course, you should expect this from Beryl. So. Going right to the beginning here. And Canyon he cleared all of his red side jungle and immediately came mid. That was all he was doing. And then this was the follow-up. Cad's like, no, I really need that Scuttle Crab right now. And then Beryl's like, well, I guess I'll just pick up the kill.
Yeah, needed to flash for that one, but you're right. Cad, a little bit late on the rotation. Haven't seen too much of Cad. Recently, it has been Haru that's been getting a lot of the limelight, but not exactly performing all that well with it. So Ghost gonna miss a bit of CS here. That melee creep should help him. There we go. Nicely done. Tidies it up. Down by about 5 as, okay, Lehen's just going to have to push the unbreakable button after losing half of his health bar. Oh, that's a very nice sidestep there. Beryl, loving it.
Look at him, he's 1-0. He's already like confidently owning the lane by himself.
Yeah, also has a longsword. Gonna have that serrated Dirk pretty soon, and if he has that as Dom1 hit level 6, like, the arrow comes out instantly and someone dies, right?
Oh, look.
It's going to go.
Perfect counter gank timing from Canyon.
Well, here he goes, tunneling forward and trying to block Justice Punches once again as Cad going to get booped back and is probably going to die next. Sweeper brought out just to make sure that they can see where he's going, but looks like they're not going to chase any further, understanding that he is pretty slippery on this Lee Sin. Okay, never mind. Slowly but surely, here we go, and Cad thought, surely they're not going to come on over as Showmaker misses the chain. Canyon tunnels his way out, and Showmaker now trying to come through one more time. Preyseeker going to find Cad, but not do enough damage. And now Dom1 are going to transition this into a lot of denial here on the bottom side, potentially. See whether Lehens and Viper are going to get doped. That's a big minion wave. Looks like Dom1, they're just going to try and go for a reset, utilize this opportunity, and not bite off more than they can chew. Some reserved play out of Dom1.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I feel like Dom1, at this point in the game, 6 minutes in, probably would most of the time just be diving bottom lane just because they're going to like pull off the perfect dive.
I mean, while we're here,
yeah,
you know.
That's kind of the way it felt in the mid lane too. It's like, who do we kill? I mean, we have our pick of the litter. We could just get both of them. Fortunately, they did spread their damage a little bit too much, and they let Cad get away, but it was just Canyon being there at the perfect timing.
It was really unfair as well, because Showmaker stole a kick that Cad didn't even have yet.
He's level 4. It's like,
so unfair.
Who's kicking, actually?
Yeah.
When I first saw it, I was very confused, and I'm like, oh yeah.
He kicked, and it kicked the kicker as well. Like, oh, you don't kick the kicker. That's not very fair.
Yeah.
Man.
Should be against the rules.
Mm-hmm. And we did sort of have some bottom combat, but it wasn't actually in the lane, really. It was sort of behind the turret, so I don't think it's really included. So we're going to have a look at this replay once again. Take us through it here, Valdez.
Yeah. Well, Canyon is counter-ganking, it looks like, but he's actually able to get aggressive with it. And you can see they're like, oh, who we kill? We kicked Cad, but Miro's here and he has no health and nothing, and he's 0-3 now. Guess we'll just take him. Oh.
Yeah, well, they're dead. Level 6, guys. That wasn't actually used to get that kill, but it was used to get this one, as that is just a 2-for-2 kill on the bottom side of the map by Damwon. Guys, 2v2 kill. This is not supposed to happen in this lane. It's supposed to be Damwon's weakness. Damn, Ghost and Beryl have been stepping up recently, man. That's why this team looks so scary.
Yeah. Beryl picked up a kill and he's like, oh, we might have a little bit of an overextension here from Canyon.
Yep, Dudu gonna get booped back and Canyon's just dead. So Cad there at the right time. And looks, it's a very Damwon move.
Yeah, that's just him feeling it, you know?
Yeah.
He's just feeling it.
Well, he's going to give away Rift Herald most likely here, as Nogri's going to rotate down, but Lehens is already here. Dudu gets the inside track. And you can see Damwon, I think they want it. And here's the man drop to bring Beryl on in. There's the hijacked ulti coming out from Showmaker as well, but the Galio is going to grab the kill onto Pantheon. And I think Showmaker might have overextended this one. Does flash his way out, but he is well and truly dead. No more Kingslayers for you. And right as we say how good Damwon is, they decide to throw away some kills. Shelly does reset, but yeah, it's a pretty, some vintage Damwon situations going on right here.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of tell by our casting that we feel like it's just so one-sided, and I think they're bringing that play into the game as well and getting very overconfident. This was just like a straight-up kill that I think they didn't even realize they were in range of. They're like, oh yeah, we're fine. Actually, no. Braum steps forward and just dies. Here Canyon's like, well, I have zero vision of the enemy jungle. Lee Sin could be anywhere, but let me just go into the enemy jungle anyway. And then Rek'Sai's not here. You're fighting a 3v4. Nuguri doesn't have full health, full mana. Why are you forcing this? It's not necessary. And they even saw with the Hawkshot too, how many people were there. They said, oh, 4 of them. Yeah, let's just go.
Yeah.
And I think they're just kind of off the hook right now. They're kind of just going a little bit too crazy, too aggressive. They gotta reel it back a little bit here.
Just a tad. They still do have a gold lead, but as you can see, that has been neutralized a little. Viper and the Hens back down here towards the bottom side, so Shelly will be taken by Damwon. See where Canyon's going to put that at the moment. Just going to go back and look for some shoes. Finds it. I wonder whether shoes help you go underground faster. I don't think so.
Some grip, I guess.
Oh, there's the flash kick. Immediate exhaust onto Ghost, who's just going to flash and die. Beryl doesn't lose anything from that one, but does lose his AD carry. Cad coming on over, and look at this guy. 3-0-1. He got a 500 gold shutdown by killing Showmaker earlier. Lee Sin's a big deal. That's the flash from Beryl, though. Prey Seeker and the Void Rush will mean a deadly sin. I'm caster cursing so bad this week, by the way. As Nuguri's going to find a Crocodile, but he also finds a Gargoyle, and he doesn't want both of them. As he disappears as Miru comes in. Dudu flashes on over as well. Noguri very slow, but has an acceleration gate. As he's trying to turn this one, but he's still going to die. So uses a lot, but does get the flash out of Dudu. Turret plate's coming on in here for Showmaker, and I believe he's even going to get the assistance of Shelly as well. So it is some extra money now available for the Damwon mid laner. There she goes, and 160, not bad there for Showmaker.
It almost looks like he wanted to give all of it over to Canyon with how fast he was trying to run away from the plates, but this is just really clean. I mean, you gotta hand it to Cad. He was getting just absolutely out-jungled in the first 5 minutes of the game. I mean, he was just getting destroyed.
Yeah.
So for him to turn it around real quick and to capitalize on Damwon's mistakes, but then unfortunately, he kind of does a similar thing to what Canyon did, and he said, well, you know, Rek'Sai could be anywhere, but let me just run into the enemy jungle here, and he absolutely got punished for it. I was curious to see how this one started. It's kind of just Nuguri things. Didn't realize he had a ward behind him and got a little bit too aggressive and eventually gets punished for it.
Yep, and also uses his flash here. Buys a bit of time, which is why Showmaker was able to get a whole bunch of turret plates, and Canyon went over, got him even more. And that will sort of open up the game. Only one more plate remaining in the mid lane. Minute and a half before those are going to fall down. And you can see, yeah, certainly has been accelerated here. Black Cleaver on the way. Well and truly. And it is still 700 gold in the lead of the Fed Lee Sin, which is pretty crazy. Only Dudu actually ahead of his lane opposition. And you can see why. Nuguri just going to guess where Cad was going to be. But as you can see, he's going to have that minion wave denied. And the dragon is just going to be what they gather as Beryl. He's just going to join in just to make sure that Nuguri isn't going to be too far behind as far as experience. And this is what you can do. I mean, you can just press that ultimate button, make sure that the man disadvantage goes away, and you can sort of patch up any problems. Also, gives Beryl an opportunity to, once again, just ruin his bottom lane duo proximity.
Yeah, that's his main goal.
Yeah, that is his main goal.
He's trying to make support actually a roaming role. Going back to, like...
Pike.
Yeah.
I mean, he is a great Bard player and a good Pike player. So, you know, Pike and Bard don't really want to be in the lane.
Yeah,
so
Pantheon too. You know, he's got the perfect mentality for that kind of support.
Stunning. Infinity Edge done here for Viper. He rushed it. Some brown bags and a really sweet sword. I feel like it's like a guy that owns a Maserati, but, you know, he's wearing Crocs while he's inside it. It's his heroic entrance to stop that terrible joke. Nogri is going to be dead again. This Cad's going to safeguard forward.
For the assist.
And he's running to the wrong turret. And, yeah, Nogri's well and truly dead. Yeah, he does.
With the safeguard. He's like, okay, I did my job.
See you guys.
I got some gold. That's good enough for me.
But remember, 0-2 power spike for Nogri. He's back there. He hasn't been dying that much recently, so probably very happy that this one's happening as Beryl going to catch out Lehens. Showmaker is going to join him as Ghost is going to move on up into the jungle as well. It's pretty dark in here, but not actually going to find any members of Humble Life. It's so strange, though, because Damwon are still just passively getting further and further ahead. As the turret plates fall, and Damwon do get double the value out of those, but it's not exactly a crazy amount of advantage. First turret gold certainly going to be helping here. But, you know, Humble Life are going to be happy to scale, unless you look at the top side of the map. They're not very happy to scale, but as soon as you see a Felios Braum, it is certainly a scary prospect getting towards a late game.
Yeah. And we have been seeing some Godzillas coming out here. And,
that's true.
In the LCK and in other regions, of course, where Renekton is more played, where he gets fed and he gets really tanky and actually does a nice amount of damage in the back line. It's just kind of cookie cutter. I think Nuguri has to play a little bit more safely. I know a lot of other top laners probably would have just been hiding under their turret with Galio missing in the mid lane. And unfortunately, he does not. But as you mentioned, he hits his power spike. He's at 0-2. He's got a tier building up. He's got to be checking that clock when you're looking at Nuguri here.
Exactly, exactly. 0-2 power spike. This is when he gets all of the power. But 2-0-3 for Dudu. Like, this guy's, he's a big croc. You're right. Talking about those Godzillas, I believe it was Smeb that was the true Godzilla a couple of days ago. He was real scary. It's going to be a bit of a tanky build here from Dudu. I believe Death Dance going to be coming in as second item alongside his already completed Black Cleaver. It's a lot of cooldown reduction and damage plus safety. Love the build. Viper not going to find that Q. Damwon just pushing here towards the bottom side. Beryl, of course, is going to leave the lane now. Spent way too long with Ghost. This Cad's going to be spotted by the Hawkshot. A lot of extra value that Ashe gives you as far as vision, especially when it's used alongside Rek'Sai. I mean, Damwon are going to know way more than they should in this game.
Yeah.
With those abilities.
Even with Beryl all over the map, it's just kind of like the human ward that's also spotting so much, you know? It's a lot of forwardness and scouting out and seeing exactly where your opponent is, trying to stay one step ahead of the Galio, and the way that Humble Life can engage will be very important. And the later stages of the game, you know, we were thinking about scaling. I think that when you just look at Damwon's comp, they, on paper, don't have much, but I think the Ashe gains so much value because of the lack of range that Humble Life do have. It is going to be a bit of Viper versus Ghost once it does come down to a really late stage game. I think that Damwon were kind of just hoping to stomp them early enough so that they didn't have to think about it too much, but now, I mean, it's relatively even, right? I mean, Damwon are still in the lead, of course, with their 2 Drakes, and Mountain Drake coming up here is going to be very important to try to deny from the beefy boys of Hanwha Life. So we'll see if they can do it.
Yep. Earth, Wind, and Fire will be what's coming in here today as far as our dragons. So Mountain Drake will certainly help. Not the greatest one that Damwon really want. Probably would have liked just Infernal Soul, to be perfectly honest, because it's Damwon. But this will, like you say, give them some of that extra tankiness, and they do need to deny as many Mountain Drakes as possible. There's a lot of lethality on Damwon's side in the form of Noguri and Beryl. As Braceaker comes in, Hanwha Life now in good position around this Drake. Showmaker just a little bit late to the party, as Hanwha Life now looking for a team fight. See what they are going to be able to do here. Showmaker is seen. Winterspite is going to connect as well as Beryl dives on forward. There's the heroic entrance. Actually interrupts the Justice Punch, and Mira has to flash to get out. Protobelt there as well as he presses his R button, and now Canyon's in trouble. Does he have ult in time? And the answer's no, he'd already used it, but they're going to trade 1-for-1. Showmaker comes down. The chains obliterate Hanwha Life, a triple kill instantly, and now the Crocodile is running for the hills. He doesn't want those chains put on him. Please, no. I'm not a domesticated animal. He is going to run towards the enemy
Look
base.
at Beryl, he's trying to get the kill.
He goes down by his own terms, and Damwon will claim Soul Point.
Man, the amount of AoE damage that was coming in there from both the Sylas, but also the Jace. I mean, Nuguri almost got 5,000 damage in that fight, and Hanwha Life just not spread up enough against what Damwon have here, so we're going to see that Damwon never scared to engage, of course. They say, we got the combo, they're all grouped up, they were able to split there, but then you see Miru gets very, very low. Watch this, the Rek'Sai ultimate damage gets denied by Galio in midair, which is kind of interesting, never saw that before. And then look at this, all 4 of them are on top of each other. Oh, what's going on?
God.
You can't do that against Sylas Jace.
Yeah.
I think they would have been okay in that fight if they just spread out. They still would have been, having trouble against Ashe, but because they did that, it kind of just all went to the dumpster.
야, 잘 들어갔다 나. 갈려부터. 갈려 필.
Galio. Get Galio.
잡았어.
Got him.
레넥 보자. 들어갈게.
Oh my god.
나이스.
I think he killed Cad with a Luden's proc. As there's the Void Rush. A lot of distance there for Canyon, who then goes underground, now considers trying to kill a Gargoyle as well as Miru. He's running away. He's not going to get far. Beryl throws a stick at him, and he is going to be dead. 6,000 gold to lead Damwon. He took this game from very close to very far for Hanwha Life in a blink of an eye. Showmaker has his cool book. There are a few books in the shop, guys. There's a cheap book, there's a bad book, and this is the classy book.
The legendary book.
Yep.
Where you read about myths.
Yep.
And legends of days past on the Rift.
This is the book Showmaker's just reading about himself in it.
Yeah.
As
pretty much.
Lahen's going to get stunned up. He's going to stand beside Cad, who decides that he wants to go in to get his Aphelios murdered. That was not necessarily the best maneuver, but he does manage to sidestep the abduct. Lahen's now should be able to get underneath his turret, but I don't know whether that is going to be safety enough here, as, yeah, it definitely is not, as Rek'Sai is going to yell very, very loud, and now Cad's going to be denied getting out of his base. The spear not going to connect. Damwon will be able to get rid of this inner turret, and Valdez, I think this game might be over.
It is. It's over. It just devolved so fast. All Damwon needed, they made some very cocky mistakes in the early game where you're like, okay, Damwon, come on.
Yeah.
Really? This is not what you have to do to beat this team. But then all they needed was one good team fight, and all of a sudden they're 10,000 gold ahead. It's like,
yeah.
Now everybody on the side of Hanwha Life, everybody's just, it's almost like, they sent out a wolf into the sheep flock, and everybody's just scattering, and a stampede starts. Everybody's getting caught out here. Dudu's alone.
Dudu just...
Beryl comes in, and then it teleports. It's channeled so late, and also there's 4 members of Damwon, and then you're like, okay, yeah, 5-on-3, and then not 30 seconds later, Hanwha Life are like, yeah, let's fight.
And look at Viper. He's like, I've got the short-range guns. There's Macalibrum. Never mind, I'm dead.
Yeah.
As Cad kicks Showmaker into him.
They just should have never even been in there, you know? It was like Hens is like, let me just get some vision 3v5.
I've never seen Rek'Sai in the Summer Split look this good, actually. I don't think we have. We've only ever really seen trap Rek'Sai picks that haven't been able to get enough done in the early game. But look at him, he's 64 CS ahead, 5-2 and 5. He's got an edge of night, for goodness sake.
Yeah, Canyon
really
is
scary.
Just, he's a different breed, especially when you show the comparison.
Yeah.
Cad looked pretty, you know, he was okay when he first came out, but I think slowly he's kind of...
Oh dear. Well, Arrow connects onto Lehens. Puts his door up in an odd direction, but is going to survive. Utilizing his flash. Viper does still have a CS lead as of right now. So that's about the good news that I could find for Hanwha Life. Let's go back to talking about Damwon, shall we? Is Dudu. He's going to get discovered.
Yeah.
Beryl not going to find that spear. Now Cad's looking for it. Tries to get in amongst this one as the heroic entrance not going to do anything at all. And now all 5 members of Hanwha Life are grouped up. And I think Damwon are looking at them like they're just a pentakill waiting to happen.
We saw one of the match points was a fox in polar bear's clothing. That was referring to the Korean meme for Canyon where they call him a polar bear. It's kind of like all 5 members are like fox.
Well, they're going to dive onto Noguri. There's the heroic entrance coming through from Showmaker, who's going to turn up. Noguri grabs the kill, doesn't die. The Ignite's going to tick down, and he will survive. The AoE damage not going to be enough. Beryl did bite the dust. Noguri's going to be able to teleport back in if he wants to, though, as here's the rest of the kills. Showmaker grabs the turret, Ghost grabs the kills. The Chain Lash is doing way more than any Chain Lash I've really seen coming out of Showmaker here, and this might just be the end of the game. It's only Cad left alive, and the death timers are pretty decent. 15 seconds onto Dudu. This is at least an inhibitor and some Nexus turrets.
They're going to go for it for sure. There's not much that Elysian can do against these minions.
Yep. Sort of seems a little bit like a minion at this stage as Showmaker is going to flash on forward. Chains are going to come down and bind him to the death chamber as Dudu, he's just going to get slapped around. Goes golden.
We're just
very pretty
farming him.
Yeah, I know, it's just insane. 7-1 and 7 now for Showmaker, who does have the best KDA in the league at the moment, so you may as well just try and get some more kills. Noguri gonna steal that one away from him. He's extraordinarily low, as they've decided they want to kill all of them as they're coming in before anything happens, as Noguri gets the most valuable 50 gold in the game, and Damwon complete their style fest. That was game 1 against Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, well, that was about as much of a stomp as you could expect, of course, between Damwon and Hanwha Life. And that was only game 1.
Yeah.
They were just toying with their food. It kind of looks like my cat when she finds a dead bug on the floor. It's like, yeah, I'm just going to play with this thing and then maybe, you know, lick it up and eat it a little bit later on. And that's what happens when Damwon plays against some of these lower-level teams. They can pretty much draft whatever they want, and they can get aggressive. They can draft basically no scaling and just dumpster you, and it just does not matter because they are that good.
How does Showmaker's Silas do way more than everybody else's Silas as well? That's what I want to know. I kind of thought Silas was like a trap pick, and then Showmaker just decided that it was just always going to be amazing. As we'll see how Valdez starts off the day when it comes to the POG votes.
I'm confident in this one.
Yep. Wadid had a really good day yesterday, so you got a lot on your shoulders here. So we'll see what is going to happen. We'll keep your breath bated as to what he did choose. And we'll come back after the break and check it out during that analyst segment. But damn, man. I think that if you're an SKT of 2015 fan, I'd start sweating.
Yeah.
This Damwon doesn't look like they're going to be losing anytime soon.
Yeah, especially not against Hanwha Life.
That's right.
We'll have to see how they do against Genji and T1 later on in the round, but it's hard not to get hyped about Damwon. I think people were hyped for them the first time when they were known as the Scrim Gods and they were going to Worlds, and it was like, oh, wow. You know? But this time feels different. It does feel like they've kind of reached an upper echelon, a new level, if you will. And we'll see just how untouchable they can get and how far we can ride this Damwon train.
And look at what the 0-2 power spike does, ladies and gentlemen. It doubles your damage. That's basically how that one works.
Yeah.
I think he ended the game as like 1, 2, and
9 or something.
9. Yeah, something ridiculous like that. He dies 2 times, then they get that Drake fight and they win the game. So, guys, it's not a joke. The 0-2 power spike exists. It's real, and you should respect it. That goes for the other LCK teams as well. Guys, we are going to take a short break. When we get back, Game 2.
바텀. 아 미드탑. 이거 아예 관려. 아 사이드.
아 바텀 뭐라고 바텀.
아 사이드 공 있다니까. 미드 가서 쳐.
오케이. 그거 좀.
네.
맞을게.
아 플래시 한 번.
앞에 네.
나 죽었어. 얘 노정아.
앞에 내려와.
텔 돼. 앞에 노정아.
타워. NN 노플. 타워 잡을래 이번에?
나 집 가야 텔 돼.
나 보다.
앞에 노정아.
안녕하세요. 욕 먹으러 갈까? 끝내자 미드. 미드 하면 끝나. 미는 거 개빠르. 탑에서 실수했네. 크긴 했다. 좀 크다 이거. 나 공 볼게. 내 노플. 타워.
공 돌았나 보다.
야, 넥서스, 야, 타. 악어. 앞에. 에, 잡자. 오, 얘까지. 다 잡아. 진짜 잡아. 더비. 긴장했니?
교육생 말해봅니다. 1번 교육생 말합니다. 1번 교육생 제 말 잘 들리시나요?
네네.
세계 1라운드 보여주자.
알겠습니다. 1번 교육생 1번 교육생 픽합니다. 준비한 거 그대로 가져옵니다. 와!
이거 뭘까요?
픽합니다.
버트 머리에 이어.
1번 교육생 이게 우리다.
와 지렸다. 너 뭐 할래?
이거 모대해도 돼요 모대. 생각한 대로 나왔습니다. 시끄러. 조합 컨셉 빨면서 다 죽여버립니다. 알겠습니까? 혼자 하면 100 힘들 거 같이 하면 50 힘들다.
오케이.
그거 잘못하면 150 힘들다.
오케이.
50 힘들게.
얘들아 파이팅하고.
화이팅.
파이팅.
우리가 집중 더 하고 그때 우리가 서로 그냥 좀 당겨주고 밀어주고 제발 경청 좀 해줘 경청.
자신감 있게 후회하지 말고 또.
얘들아 내 말 계속 집중해.
좋아 싸우면 내가 같이 싸워줄게. 파이팅.
화이팅.
나 죽었어. 까비. 오, 깜놀했어. 나 이거 라인.
말았어.
레렉tor 있잖아.
가베 괜찮아?
괜찮아.
나 좀 참아봐. 내가 캐리해줄게.
나도 캐리할 수 있어. 파이팅 하자 우리.
칼리 노리면 좋아.
칼리부터.
칼리.
야 칼리 공 뺏었어. 가자.
가자. 칼리 뛰었어.
가자. 나이스.
잘했어.
잘했다.
앞라인부터.
빼면서 해.
야 칼리스타.
앞라인부터 봐.
야 앞라인.
이겼어.
오케이.
야 풀빼.
다용 먹을게.
야 미드 가자. 이겼어. 너가 돼. 나 갔어. 오른쪽 먼저. 왼쪽 먼저. 야 이기는 거야.
야 이겼다.
야 이기는 거야 얘들아.
야 이겼다.
야 이기는 거야.
야 9연승이다 이제.
우리가 이기는 거야.
잘했다.
야 9연승이다 이제 9연승 가자.
잘했어.
나는 이제 풋캠프에서 룸에 빨리 붙고 난 전령 먹고 이제 미드에서 소킬 딴 다음에 미드 세칸 만들어 놓고 내가 거기 전령 깐 다음에 미드랑 버텀 영향력 걸치자.
너는 그럼 뭘 해?
나 룸메아리. 탑 어때요? 다이브랑 나아요?
해볼만해.
노틸 때
짧게만 해볼래요? 가면 돼?
나이스.
된거 같은데?
가면 돼.
나이스. 야 조이 볼게 조이.
노틸
볼게.
조이 높을.
잡은 거 같은데?
아래 볼게. 나이스.
온다.
빼면서. 야 들어가 볼게. 볼 수 있나 세나?
가면 돼.
세나 노플. 펜타? 주냐 본부야 펜타 주냐 펜타 줄게 펜타 아 억대기야 다음부터 아하 천천히 야 밀어 일단 밀어
야 초식에 있어 펜타 안 주려고 하네.
안돼
야 이게 쌍초식인데?
야 타워 밀어 건배 미안해 아 하고 해보자 한 명 남기고
쌍초식이긴 해.
야 죽여 야함 주라 야 이번에
간다.
내가 줄게 건배야
야.
제발 펜타 킬. 펜타 킬이다.
야 바스 좋다 야 바스
I'm the guy that I don't give. I don't give.
We mainly escape that massive level of criticism. Like when
Because in China, there's a word that made by fans. It's called like the guy who ran orphan house. That's a word that created by Chinese fans. I will always say whatever I want on the stage, cause I think that's what casters need to do.
hell yeah.
This is my favorite game, and I love my job.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
welcome back everybody to the last day of this week's LCK, and we'll be joined by Sungyeon Lee, Lyra, and Victor for today's analysis. And this is season with the translation, and Hana Life took on Damwon Gaming. The two teams with the completely different momentums. And Damwon Gaming managed to get a stomp win up against Hana Life Esports. Both teams were able to pick up their comfort picks. Maybe it's more like Damwon Gaming letting them get the picks that they prefer. For example, like Galio or Miru. So Damwon Gaming, they were able to exert their pressure on the top side with the counter picks, and also they were also able to get Pantheon, one of the favorite picks from Vero. And you know, having this comfort pick on the side of the stronger team and having this comfort pick on the lower level team is a bit of a different theme going on. So sometimes when strong teams are going up against the underdogs, they open and let through some of the OP picks on the side of the lower ranked teams. They counter it with some of the lane priority champions, for example like Twisted Fate. And this time around, Hana Life Esports, they were also able to get their comfort picks as well, but Damwon Gaming, they were focused heavily on the laning phase, and they were able to shut down the game even before Hana Life Esports was able to exert their main theme of the composition. And we had a very ironic moment coming in this game, and Rek'Sai was able to get the first blood. This kind of first blood or early gank is too obvious, to be honest. So Miru was pretending that he was placing a ward, but because Damwon Gaming had a ward on that side, they kind of expected that the ward would be around those area where the mouse is pointing at. So Rek'Sai just cleared the full camp on the left-hand side of the jungle. And then he took a detour to avoid the potential ward over there on the left-hand side of the mid lane. So he successfully goes into that rush and made a very easy and clean gank onto Galio. Miru played some mind game over there and showing some fake motions to kind of fool the Damwon Gaming players, but Canyon still was able to pull off a very easy and obvious gank. The typical Rek'Sai early level gank. Well, if they were to kind of pretend some kind of action is going on, the first plan should be kind of zoning out the opponents from pulling up some of the typical and classical plays. Because we have been seeing this kind of a very classic Rek'Sai gank coming in all throughout the split. You know, Hana Life should have been a little more aware of this kind of jungle pathing. However, Hana Life Esports was also able to pick up some kills to even out the momentum, but we had this game-ending moment or huge turnaround for Damwon Gaming. It was too cruel, but we want to point out that this was about the game skill level difference. All of the skill goes wide, and Galio also got interrupted by Showmaker with his dash. And then on the other side, Damwon Gaming, they were so clean allocating their skill shots, and the bottom duos on the side of Hana Life Esports, they all had the stopwatch, but they weren't able to activate it. Hana Life already had some visions around this dragon, and Nuguri and Showmaker was looking for a base tempo actually. So Hana Life Esports at that point has some priority for the dragon fight. And Hana Life, their comp was about answering some of the dive attempts coming out from Damwon Gaming, but they were a little bit too hasty, trying to open the team fights. Because players have this kind of mindset that we are a little bit behind And at the same time, Damwon Gaming was really confident, even opening some of the OP champs and favorite picks over to Hana Live Esports. Those kind of mindset was also reflected into their gameplays. Then let's check out the player of the game on the side of Damwon Gaming. Everyone was really popping off, but we've got the monster, the beast over here, Showmaker. Double thumbs up going over to him. 800 POG points and plus 40 CS at 15-minute mark, plus 4K gold at the end of the game. Silas was really popping off and showing off really strong, but Bill and Kenyon was also doing a great job supporting him. Especially Beryl also had some clutch fight coming in with the opponent bottom duos. Damwon Gaming, they're just too good, so they are keep repeating this kind of confident moves. So even though at some point of the game, sometimes they have a very 50-50 fight up against their opponents, but still, it always ends up Damwon Gaming closing out the series somehow, some way. Tied up at the second place with Chovy, and we have 3 premier mid laners on the top of the board. And well, as the analyst mentioned, Kenyon was doing a really good job supporting Showmaker on the mid lane as well. So we also appreciate his super play and outplay. Now it's time to move on to game number 2, Hana Live Esports versus Damwon Gaming. Let's find out whether they can tip on this to a record going on.
Thank you very much, Jisun, for the analyst desk translation, and also thanks for trying to justify Valdez's silly choice in Canyon. It's obvious.
The right
Showmaker,
choice.
man.
The right choice.
Stomped his lane, did everything
Thanks
he needed
to Canyon.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's
so he got the first
jungler's job,
and then he also was perfect position to counter gank. So he got himself and Showmaker fed. By the way, we're having a totally new sub come in. It's Young Jae.
Yeah, this is the 3rd jungler here for Hanwha Life so far this season.
Might as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just get them a little bit of experience. I don't know whether this is the best kind of experience. It's like throwing him into an inferno.
Yeah.
Not very fair.
It's throwing him into the volcano.
Yeah, right.
Not just the fire.
Oh, dear. Well, Canyon, you can see he's looking very calm and collected. But he is a bloodthirsty man underneath all of that.
He's like a very calm polar bear, but you know, polar bears are actually ferocious.
They are
and
quite aggressive.
If you come into contact with a polar bear, you can't do anything. You just die.
Especially if you're a seal.
There's a thing where it's like the black bear, you try to, you know, pretend you're big or whatever and fight. Brown bear, you try to play dead. Polar bear, you just die. There's no way to counteract the polar bear.
And that's getting worse as well with global warming. You know, they're getting hungrier and hungrier.
They're gonna come south.
Yeah, exactly. And then they're gonna start, you know, going into your house. No, they're not. Don't be too scared about polar bears, especially, you know, if you're in the southern hemisphere or something like that.
But be scared of Canyon.
Be scared of Canyon, 100%. I don't know why I decided to try and freak people out with bears. Galio is going to be banned this time around as Damwon moved to the blue side. They'll ban the Karma this time as well. I believe Karma was let through entirely. Last game.
Yeah.
Not exactly the prio for either of these teams as Zoe and Twisted Fate. Once again, going to be the bans here for Hanwha Life. They've decided that Showmaker needs to be put down, and look, I agree with them, but I just don't know whether it's going to be enough. As Ezreal is the final ban here for Damwon.
Volibear.
Oh dear.
Let's see it. I mean, there is... What do we have left here? We have Set, just like Kalista available. But Volibear is so often first picked, and it is Canyon who is very comfortable on it. They're thinking about the Set, though. Maybe going to prioritize that above Volibear, and there you go. It will be locked in.
Yep, so going for more flexibility. This is an absolute no-brainer. Just lock in the Volibear here, but they could also just get the Ashe, as they're going to hover it immediately and lock that one away very quickly, making up their mind on the side of Hanwha Life. And now, let's see what Damwon want to do as far as bottom lanes. They do like the Senna. We've seen this a lot, picked into the Ashe, for better or worse, to be perfectly honest with you. But this is Damwon, and they are definitely a Senna team. Being able to advance Beryl is definitely a good idea, but it looks like Naga is just going to go for some comfort here and some color coordination with his set. As this could, of course, be in the mid lane still. We are certainly still flexing. And now we're going to continue flexing. As the Senna being considered as the third pick here on blue side for Damwon.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Obviously, all picks that we have seen a lot of from the side of Damwon. And we've already stated that they kind of can just do whatever they want and feel pretty good about it. The Wukong is going to be hovered here and will be selected to go into the top lane. You would imagine it can kind of be a bit of a, takeaway pick as well.
Yeah, I think the denial is the most important thing here.
Yeah. It's also, I think it's something that it's Dudu's most played. Well, it's tied with Renekton and Mordekaiser, but he has played 4 games of Wukong. And so it's kind of good in many aspects for sure, that pick that comes out there.
Yeah, we'll see what Damwon are going to decide to ban away here. Might just be supports they could look at for that bottom lane. Certainly taking their time though, looking through the list. It is going to be Brad.
Bardicus.
Indeed. I think just getting rid of any sort of, lane dominating champions is a good idea. But Lands has a very deep champion pool, so likely that he will be able to still find some success. Let's have a look. Karthus to be banned away from Canyon. Certainly is a lot of physical damage on Damwon's side, so I think it's a heads-up ban. Canyon also one of our better Karthus players. I think him and Spirit certainly do hold that trophy at the moment.
Yeah, it's really important too, as you mentioned. The AD carry they have stacked already, but also a lot of solo lane potential for those picks that, you could see Jace top and set mid if you wanted to go for that, or vice versa.
Yep.
So they're kind of, they're trying to force maybe Beryl to pick up that set, or maybe at least Canyon to pick up some less common AP jungle, which, I mean, it is Canyon. I do have some confidence that he can pilot it, but let's see what he ends up going for. Silas is going to be the pick. We don't have, you can, of course, show stop a bit.
Yep. I do like the denial of Kennen that you can sort of get by just picking Silas. I love Kassadin from Silas, though. That is a fantastic decision here from Showmaker. Can't stack a Rift Walk that you can only use once. It's sort of how that one works. So the hijack pretty much denied. Just gives him an extra flash. Not going to be for that extra damage. It's like a worse version of hijacking a, distortion from a LeBlanc or something like that. Canyon's going to go back to a pick of old here, and the Olaf is going to be locked away. A little bit off theme, but does work fairly well with the Senna. Is that
Soraka?
Okay.
Literally, Soraka. LS is with us tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's really interesting. Definitely something that can survive in that Senna set lane down in the bottom side. It has Ashe to support it very well, and I think the Soraka is also really good against Kassadin because you can thread on your silence and try to burst him down. Also, just the heals in general will be able to stop some of that burst damage coming out from a lot of the champions on the side of Damwon. I don't mind the pick at all here.
I don't mind it. I feel like it is going to struggle a little bit into Mr. Olaf. If Canyon does get some advantages, then, the Soraka becomes kind of free food that he just runs at and kills. But if they can keep their tempo up on the side of Harmor Life, certainly will be able to utilize this one. And like you say, any way of shutting down Showmaker is a good idea. It's currently 100% win rate on this Kassadin. Certainly has been one of his best performing champions. I think his KDA is something absolutely ludicrous on the pick, or maybe it's undefined. I don't know whether he's died on Kassadin yet.
He may not have. And this is also the champion that he picked up a pentakill on.
Yep.
I was joking before the broadcast. I'm like, yeah, he's probably just going to, go for Kassadin and have some fun, maybe casually pick up another pentakill on his way. And who knows? I mean, it could happen again here. We got a new rookie jungle in the lineup now with Young Jay picking up the Volibear. Should have a lot of practice on that pick. It's very popular nowadays, so curious to see how he does as well.
Well, a lot of denial picks coming through from Hanwha Life. We'll see whether they are going to work in conjunction with one another. You saw the Wukong be picked up to get it away from the center lane. You saw the Sylas picked up to deny things like, you know, Camille. I mean, stealing that ultimate is very, very valuable, but Kennen mainly for that blind pickable top lane. And so we'll see whether Hanwha can make things work. As Damwon, they just have a lot of comfort, just very happy at this point in time. And actually really like funneled Set. I feel like Set needs gold in order to make things work. And now Beryl is going to be on a support Set that has just so many more tools at his disposal. A much earlier Deadman's Plate will be coming in, and he'll be able to zip around the map as much as he would like.
Yeah, picked up the Ignite as well, so a little bit of focus into the lane up against the Soraka, of course. Not going to go for any other kind of a defensive summoner. So if Hanwha Life wanted to try to get aggressive, obviously there wouldn't be any kind of heal or exhaust to try to peel off some of the pressure that Hanwha Life could put on. So we'll see how Hanwha Life do want to play around that, if at all. If Young Jay is going to show any pressure down towards the bottom side, as they're right on the ward, and they somehow knew exactly where it was. Yeah, he's going to get the 2.
Oh, this is mega high value. As Beryl does clear that one out. So 2 CS here for the Set already as he walks into lane. Might not be able to get the experience here for this particular minion, but I think he may have. As Ghost, Piercing Darkness over on top of Lehens, but this lane is going to be difficult for Damwon. Like, this is just a lot of poke. And Set is going to have basically the worst time ever.
This was one of the things I did not mention is the range support into the melee support. Obviously, going to have a very good time. Also offers some sustain, whereas, you know, the Senna will have some herself, but Soraka will have even better.
Also, Senna's auto attack animation kind of sucks. And so if you're there autoing a minion, the Starfall is much easier to land from Lehens. Hadn't really thought about that interaction. It does make the Soraka feel like a really good choice into Senna. Showmaker misses that CS. Very unlike him.
Doesn't look like he went for the attack speed rune.
Yeah, that's a shame. He does have fleet footwork, so just the classic Kassadin choice here. But I don't think he also took the Alacrity ability either. As that's a double snare, high value. Last time we saw Soraka in support was 734 days ago, guys. That's over 2 years. That's insane. Because we did see a lot of Soraka last season, right? But she was played top lane. She wasn't played support.
Yeah. But I thought that, you know, the flexibility, we would have at least seen it once.
Yeah, right.
I guess not. 734 days, that is a really long time. That's basically 2 years. And, wow. So, 2018.
Well, Young Jay's going to make his way in. Kassadin, not level 6 yet, so has to flash. As in comes Canyon. He's going to find an axe onto the volley bed. So much damage, and he's just dead. Nothing that he can do as he flashed forward to try and get Showmaker. Now Miru might be falling as well. The Undertow's going to short. That one's not, but still, Miru's going to have to go back and teleport into this lane. And Damwon again find themselves a first blood as Lehens is going to get ignited. Piercing Darkness there again. Good exhaust onto Beryl to make sure Lehens is going to survive, as Viper might want to auto Beryl a couple of times, but was just predicting the Haymaker. And Damwon do lose out in this bout of bottom combat that we just saw.
Bringing out the bottom combat again. I like it. Yeah, and that lane is just really strong from the side of Hanwha Life, and you can see that Damwon are trying to skirmish as best as they can. I mean, it didn't look so bad for what they're working with, I guess, but after all, it's still going to be very difficult, and you can see that the Ashe is going to get very far ahead. Nuguri has obviously played a ton of Jace. 23 and 10, 69.7% win rate is not bad.
Not bad at all. As Miru, he's struggling here a little bit. Remember, Showmaker got double buffs, so... yeah.
And the kill. First blood. Kassadin.
If I think if Hanwha could do a mid-game jungle switch, maybe we'd see Youngjae removed after giving double buffs to Showmaker. I think that's the biggest party foul you can make up against Damwon.
Yeah.
Especially because that will allow him to get freely to level 6 and have very consistent safety as Noguri playing away from that brush. I believe he knows exactly where Youngjae is.
Yeah.
As this huge minion wave is going to mean that there's nothing that the volley bear can do anyway. Noguri will now just start harassing Dudu down underneath this tower. And yeah, it's just not very fun laning against Noguri's Jace. Even if you kill him, he just comes back stronger.
Yeah, the power spike. Oh, man. Yeah, there's a lot of little things that happen in pro play that I think most of the time go overlooked. As I'm going to have to hold that thought.
Yeah, that's a flash face breaker as Canyon's going to find the undertow onto Youngjae, and the bear is once again put down. Beryl grabs that kill on the support set. And meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Ghost is just fine pushing a minion wave into Ashe Soraka. That's pretty impressive, is now Dudu going to be running away from this turret. Showmaker, he has level 6. Rift Walk will be available, even if Flash isn't, but not going to be able to catch up to Dudu this time. And he is going to have to go back. No teleport. Plate's going to be available here. Actually, no, decides to cancel. Gives away 1 plate, but otherwise will be able to get here in time to get a bit more of the added CS. And with Youngjae recently deceased, Canyon just moves on over and takes himself this Mountain Drake. And I think I've seen a game like this before. It happened a few minutes ago.
Yeah. It feels like Youngjae and Miru were trying to set up a similar play to what happened to Miru in Game 1 with that early gank, and was a little bit aggressive, right? He had to flash in for it, and when you do that and you don't know where the enemy jungler is, you have to back out of the lane, straight back through the lane. You can't just go straight into the river and hope that the enemy jungler is not there, so... Gets caught out there, maybe a bit of nerves.
That's a flash. A very comfortable flash. Viper only level 5, not able to get any arrows in there or anything like that, as Miru's going to miss the chains. And grabs himself a pretty nerfed Rift Walk, but still adding to Silas's mobility is always a dangerous prospect, so it's not terrible.
Yeah. And they were trying to shut down Showmaker before, you know, he got started. That's kind of like the solo queue mentality, right? Gank him before 6, don't let him snowball, but they did the exact opposite and gave him double buffs. So yeah. Showmaker's kind of just going to be, you know, rolling all over this map.
Now he needs to get a pentakill before 15 minutes. Because he got it before 20 minutes last time. That was impressive, but...
New records.
Yeah, we need to... it's all about increasing the impressiveness of how he's playing this one as Ghost. Trying to get what harass that he can, and we'll hold the minion wave in this position. As, yeah, Showmaker with a blue buff and just having a really good time. Did he just shoot an Eye of Kilrog at Miru, by the way?
Yeah, yeah.
That's interesting.
Except it's targeted. You don't really get to control it.
Yeah, that's right.
And it does damage to your enemy. That would be pretty interesting.
Would it be pretty cool if it summoned Voidwalkers, tell you that much. That's a way I joke. We probably shouldn't be saying that. As Ghost picks up a bunch of these little things on the ground to increase his money intake, as that Facebreaker was max range, and Lehens is now in so much trouble. A late exhaust, and the arrow will connect onto Ghost as the Dawning Shadow does fly through. A long, long stun. And Ghost is going to have to flash out. So that is a very susceptible Senna here on the bottom side, as Hanwha Life are going to answer back. This lane is very strong.
I think that would have just been a straight-up kill if Ghost waited to shoot out his root until the Facebreaker came in.
True.
But, yeah, he got a little bit antsy, and it was just barely not able to hit the max range. So not able to lock that down, and even Ghost had to flash away from that one. Doesn't particularly matter because... I mean, the rest of the map is doing so well, but at the same time, Viper does have a massive lead over Ghost in the bottom side. So we're going to have to keep our eye on that and see just how out of hand that bottom lane is going to get. For now, he's just about 400 gold ahead over Ghost.
The thing that I'm scared about is that as soon as the Ashe comes out of the laning phase, it's going to be a rough time. As Noguri finds that, that Shock Blast, very impressive onto Dudu, but they're not going to go for any kill or anything like that. They're just going to push the Wukong once again out of this lane. Canyon's standing on a ward, but he's just going to throw down Shelly, and they're just going to deny so much from Dudu unless he's going to try and wrestle his way back in. Youngjae turns up, and that should be another turret plate. No, Canyon actually decides to hold on to the Rift Herald as well, as Dudu, oh man, this is getting real dicey.
Showmaker, in the meantime, he was thinking about going top, but he was spotted. And then he saw that mirror wasn't mid, so he correctly identified that he was going top. Took the Rift Scuttler and then pushed the wave, and now he's going to rotate up top. So kind of delaying that to
this is
get
absolutely
more power and value.
This is just time wasted as well.
Yeah.
With the fact that he just moves around in a circle in the mid lane, and Damwon have so much map control with all of their vision topside. Like, Showmaker stacking up this Rift Walk as in goes Miru with his own. Didn't do a lot of damage, as you saw, but they're just teleporting around the lane. This is, it's like playing an online game with very high latency by the looks of things. You know, like everyone's just teleporting around.
Yeah. Ooh. Feral's not having as much fun as he did in game 1. He was still able to just casually roam into the enemy jungle, while somehow Senna pushed 1v2 against Ashe Soraka earlier on, but the laning phase is built to not be fun. As
Arrow avoided. Nice work there by Ghost. Extra movement speed by getting underground. Works out. Viper's still doing a lot of harass. This is working out quite well, but only one plate has been taken so far. Very close to getting their next one as Canyon is over here, just eliminating this Golem camp for now. As we're watching this, looking out for all this bottom combat, because this is where Hanwha are going to be able to potentially find an advantage. The rest of the lanes are done. It's basically over.
Yeah. I mean, at least Dudu didn't get absolutely clobbered, right? I think it could have been worse, but at the same time, as we were remarking on before, a lot of his other lanes in his jungle had to give up a lot to help him stay afloat. So it's not necessarily a good thing, even though it looks okay on paper. And Olaf just picking up free dragons. The jungle difference right now in the game is pretty massive. There's not really much that Youngjae can do after getting so far behind in the early game. And so we're just giving up objectives, we're giving up map control. And, well, they're looking to go top. Nuguri smartly going to back away for just a little bit.
Yeah, but then he did see them on vision, so no issues there as Canyon's going to move on in. They're looking for Mirror. That's a pretty short Rift Walk. He's still going to be able to get to the safety of his turret. Silas is going to be okay for now. Noguri, you can see, gets a control ward over, and now he's going to know that he's not going to get dove.
Showmaker is almost level 11, and it's Infernal Soul. And he got a super early Roa with his first blood. He's now 1-0-1 with a tier stacking up. He might just be able to 1v5 as this game comes along. He is remarkably far ahead.
And there are some old stats, because Kassadin used to be the pick ban champion, right? This was a long time ago, very, very long time ago. But I still remember that if you're looking at a Kassadin, if he gets to level 6 and he's like 15 CS behind, you're like, nice work, dude. Nailed it. Got through the lane. Things are great. That was a flash.
What?
As we're going in here on the bottom side. This bottom combat situation is just getting ridiculous. As the dive on the top side is going to work out as well. Dawning Shadow going to take a little while to get there, but it's a 1-for-1. Viper falling down bottom lane, and Noguri one step closer to the 0-2 power spike.
Yep, they were angry down the bottom side, and they finally called over their big brother to beat up the bullies that were bullying them in the school, as now they're trying to wrap around here and get on top of Miru.
This might be Showmaker getting ahead of Chovy, which I don't think LS is going to be very happy about. As Miru going to get a Ragnarok, but you can see Canyon still chasing after him. Great slow comes in, but that's a Ragnarok target, so it's not going to work. Flash forward, Undertow's going to be there. Canyon going to wrap around. They're looking to get Dudu as well. He was already thinking about it before the Silas was dead. Lahen's moving on in, no mana onto Dudu, but at least he has enough to get out that decoy and go for the escape. Showmaker now just throwing out Teemos and not giving any at the same time.
Stop bully Bible Thumb. I feel so bad for Youngjae. Oh, he comes in, and we knew this was going to happen, right? We were like, yeah, they're throwing him into the Inferno. Yep. This guy is pretty, he's not going to have a fun time. And that is exactly what is happening here. They just don't even care about him right now.
That was his actual flash.
Yeah, he just flashed the wall. He's like, yeah, I'm really angry.
Oh, man.
I got to get this out of my system. And the TP was coming in, it gets silenced. we don't get to see that, but that's why. I mean, Nuggery was already dead, but there was a chance that maybe Showmaker would be able to follow up here. I don't think so, because everybody ended up with full health after the dive. It was pretty clean from the side of Youngjae and Dudu to pick up that one, and the teleport wouldn't have mattered. And yeah, the follow-up was just chasing them around the map.
Yeah, it's decent Kingslayer damage return, but as you can see, that Eye of Kilrog, man, it's real scary. And Canyon already with the monkey in his sights. As Showmaker, the snowball is pretty real here for Damwon.
3-0, man. This is
3-0-1, 100% kill contribution. And Nogari, 100% death contribution if you have deaths on your team.
Nice.
He is the one that you want to be dying.
He's also getting close to his own power spike. He's only 1 death away. So there's that too. All the power spikes are going to be hitting at around the same time.
Yep, Shirley as well is going to go down. Every single neutral objective has been taken here by Damwon so far. They are in utter control. This is just dominance or domination, to use correct English for that particular moment. And yeah, no one's going to be able to enter a lane against this. Kassadin, Dudu has a Trinity Force. I'm not sure whether it's going to mean anything, as we are stacking mana on 3 champions on Damwon's side.
Yeah.
We need Canyon to build his mana immune, you know? And then they're just going to all peer pressure Beryl into doing it, and Beryl's like, why isn't it doing anything?
Oh, man. I wish one team would do that one time, just like troll with items, because they're just that much better than the enemy team. I mean, you know that even when the Korean analyst desk is like even calling it out, they're like, guys, it's just a skill difference. Like,
yeah, right.
They're usually like the most, you know,
The
trying
most
to
PC,
be
the most PC, absolutely.
Trying to not hurt anybody's feelings. They'll say, oh, that was a really, you know, you guys were close, but oh, they just barely failed that team fight, as they like go in and run in an int.
Yeah, right.
So when they're saying it's a skill gap, you know it really is. And
so unfortunate that he was out of position.
yeah,
you know,
something like that.
Explaining someone in solo queue running it down mid.
And yeah, I mean, we don't really need to highlight it too much because it's very obvious to all you very intelligent viewers as well.
Showmaker comes in, Youngjae's going to ult his way forward. Showstopper comes down though, and he's put in the grave instantly. Miro now going to get autoed down. A double kill here for Showmaker. He's very upset that everybody else has picked up kills here, but he's still going to get the thumbs up. And Dudu's running for the hills. I don't know whether this monkey's going to survive though, as Beryl's like, guys, I'm going to Hex Flash at the dragon. Let's hope I don't die. Someone come back and help me. As this is Dudu's wild ride at the moment, but Showmaker's going to catch up to him. Nogari's there as well, and that is going to be the ace. Unofficial triple kill there for Showmaker as well. 6-0-2. 700 gold bounty in 18 minutes. And yeah, Canyon better get it. He's just been playing so well.
No, I'm going to vote for Ghost, actually. I'm only here on Analyst Days to ruin LS's prediction rate.
Yeah, no, there we go. That's perfect. And Woodids as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
you get
true.
2 birds with 1 stone, you may as well do it.
Nice.
That's just efficiency right there. We've got an 8,000 gold lead at 18 minutes, guys. This game's over. The series is over. But we're still going to be here, and we'll take you through what is going to be most likely a Damwon highlight reel.
Look at this. I mean, this is the sadness of Volibear, like, against Set especially. And then we go back, and it's like, okay, Miru, I mean, nice try, but not nearly as flashy, and you're so far behind, it just doesn't matter. The second the team fight started, we knew it was already over.
Yeah.
And it didn't even have to be as clean as it was by Beryl to get that perfect showstopper. And yeah.
And somehow, on top of it, I mean, total damage dealt is Kassadin in the lead by about 50%
already.
This is insane, dude. I don't know. We made some predictions on the Pog State that's going to be coming out next week, and after this week's games, I think I'm actually going to look okay.
That's good.
We had some discussions about mid lane, and I was the Showmaker fanboy, as you guys may have seen from the Champ Select.
2 interviews in a row now.
Yeah, right.
Got the Showmaker prediction correct.
Yeah, we're doing all right. It's a pretty easy prediction to make, as he dives over the wall. Youngjae could be in trouble. Sky Splitter does absolutely nothing. And Showmaker's just standing here on top of an enemy control ward and doing what he can to bait them. Yeah, exactly.
He's like, okay, guys, line up for my Penta now. It's time.
Yeah, exactly. Can everyone just group? You guys group for me, please?
Guys,
Aaron is trying to pierce the heavens, makes it to the back line as Youngjae gets in there as well, but already we are diving.
There's one.
Cyclone comes down and first kill is there, but Noguri steals away the possibility of a penta. Showmaker still going to be dashing on forward. He still has a flash. Multiple rift walks. There we go. It's starting to get stacked. Viper dies. That's the double kill somehow. I think that was a triple kill, really. I'm confused. The game's confused. They don't really understand why Cassidy is able to do this. 13-1 is the kill score, and Damwon are looking to end this game. They've got a minion wave.
Yeah, they're doing it.
Yeah, he has no Cyclone. There's 4 seconds on Youngjae. And we're looking for a sub-25-minute victory. That, my friends, is called a shellacking. Coined by my friend Spawn. And Dudu, yeah, there's nothing he's going to be able to do about this one. The police come in, they're like, oh, no. This turret is doing a bit of work, though, as Mirror's going to dive in, knocked up, destroyed.
Wait, where'd he go?
Showmaker, that's a double kill. Noguri steals another one, and the damage is just obscene. Nexus will fall, and Damwon are coming for a freaker's average game time on this one as the teleport from Ghost into his death. That's the
second kill by Hanwha.
He's a KDA player. He doesn't want a good KDA. You know? Come on, guys. I need to try and end my way in here. As I think you're going to have to do it, otherwise you're going to look silly, aren't you?
Yeah.
There we go.
I don't have any choice this time. My hands are tied.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chovy. Sorry, LS.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Chovy still has a chance, but Damwon have way more matches to play. I believe before this...
Look at that half-hearted fist pump. He's like,
yeah.
Yay, I did it.
So I think that before this series, DRX had played 2 more matches than Damwon. So Damwon now with, you know, a lot more to go. You were talking about it earlier on. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more matches.
No, 5 more after this.
Oh, sorry, yeah, 5 more after this. Which means a lot more opportunities for Showmaker to come through and steal away that player of the game that BDD seems to have pretty much wrapped up for himself at the moment, sitting on 1,000 points, but now only 100 behind is our friend Showmaker, assuming that he picks up player of the game. We're assuming he is. I think it's going to be unanimous.
Yeah.
As Noguri kept stealing his kills, man. I think he's probably upset. But he does get to go home very early, and that is what success looks like for Showmaker.
Yeah, Showmaker's doing his job. He's sending everybody home really quickly on both sides. And it's kind of funny where we have these games where Damwon are so far ahead that Noguri, he's probably the best top laner in the LCK right now, but he just doesn't even have, well, I guess in game 1 he did, but in game 2 he was like kind of invisible, right? Like he wasn't even needed. They didn't need a top laner. It was like they could have 4v5'd.
He also canceled out the other top laner though.
True.
So that was certainly effective. He didn't really require Canyon to be in the area, but what I really loved was Canyon's positioning. And we saw this. It was last year, I believe it was Kesper Cup, when Canyon was making his debut, and we were talking up how good he was at pathing around the map, understanding where he needs to be at different times. And that Canyon is well and truly back.
Like in game 1,
he
where he
left
should have
last year.
for his positioning.
He did get 1 vote, Valdez.
Yeah, from me.
Yeah.
Nobody agreed with me, like not even one person.
Not even me.
Fair enough.
Oh dear. But this was exactly what we expected out of Damwon. I don't think this should make Hanwha Life feel too sad, but they've got a really rough run. I think they still have DRX to face. I believe that's going to be one of DRX's last matches.
Yes.
As, that is really not what you want. As we're going to have a look at some of these highlights. Feels a little bit like lowlights, but honestly, Youngjae wasn't allowed to play the game. He got his face broken and no option.
After the game, they put him on camera and he just kind of had the same smile he had on in the beginning. It's like he's just happy to participate, you know?
Yeah.
I think he knew that there was not much hope. Like, he tried his best. He had this good moments, right, where they were able to gank Nuguri. And it's kind of just Nuguri and Volibear things. But, I mean, good positioning, good timing by him to be in the right place there. But that was about it that we saw out of him. Everything else was just Showmaker running around. He was like trying to complete the any % of how many kills can you get under a certain amount of time in pro play.
On Kassadin.
Yeah, on Kassadin. I think he did a pretty good job there.
Yeah. I love Beryl walking into the ult so that he could get a better angle on his showstopper, by the way. That's called a mana play, 100%. But this game was, yeah.
볼배 높여, 볼배 높여.
They weren't even able to get their Infernal Soul because the game ended.
Kassadin didn't even get level 16.
Yeah.
We didn't even hit that power spike either. And Showmaker wasn't calling for the Penta, for what I could tell.
No, he just wants to go home. Oh, God, the damage is just despicable.
We're like, yeah, I think we can end.
I think we can.
Yeah,
looking at the top of the screen at the 11,000 gold lead. Ghost just said he didn't have something. Not sure what that is. My Korean not quite good enough yet, but at least I know.
Yeah, I was a little bit confused. It sounded like 3 different things. I'm like, maybe he's just saying I'm going to take the teleport. I'm not 100% sure, but
yeah, maybe.
Calling for the towers. Let's fight. Tower and then fight. Where did Mirror go? He's not even existing.
Where did Viper go? Where did all of them go?
I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna go. Ghost is like, what the hell, guys? Where's my backup?
Yeah, where's my backup, boys? What the hell is that damage? This is not what Kassadin at 21 minutes is supposed to look like. What the hell?
Yeah.
It doubled the damage of a Jace.
Only in the hands of Showmaker against Hanwha Life, I suppose. The bottom lane wasn't able to do anything. Damwon is just too strong on the top side of the map, so even though Hanwha got ahead in the bottom lane, it was like, well, now we're just going to gank the bottom lane and shut that down, and then we're going to go top lane and then shut that down, and then the game was over at 21 minutes.
I actually felt like it was more like over at 4 minutes as soon as Kassadin
well,
got the double buffs, but he's going to pick up another one. 900 points now for Showmaker, 10 out of 12, as I believe Media may have let us down. Yeah. Oh, sorry, no. Two mid.
No, it's not.
Never mind. Yeah, so there's 2 Canyon votes there as well. 4 Canyon votes from last time. But a couple of Canyon votes came in from the Korean casters, but this time the Media have figured themselves out. They knew which one to pick. As, yeah, I mean, you don't even need to look at the damage graph, you just look at the part of the game, and the Kassadin was winning the game by himself, actually. The rest of the team were playing well, right? But they didn't have to. They didn't have to.
I was surprised that Canyon got more votes in this game when I would have given Beryl the second hog.
Yeah, right.
After Showmaker. Like, Canyon was in the right place after Youngjae walked into him, right? I think he did a lot more in game 1, but that's neither here nor there, as Showmaker is going to get within 1 of BDD.
Yeah, this is scary. I mean, BDD knows Showmaker's coming for him. Remember, they are facing off against one another in Damwon's next match. It's going to be coming up next week. That is certainly going to be the one to watch. We have like these super hype matchups, and they're really starting to come together towards the end of this season.
Again.
Yeah, so it's going to be UNLS taking us through Gen G versus Damwon, and this is going to be the real test to see whether Damwon can break that SKT record of getting to plus 30 points.
They have to 2-0 everybody, including Gen G, including T1, and the other 3 teams. And I think they can. I'm feeling it right now. I think they actually will.
They've not, in every single game, they've always 2-0'd. But let's go to the interview here with Showmaker.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Season with the translation, and let's hear from the solo POG Showmaker from Damwon Gaming. Congratulations on the win. The bus ride was real. How do you feel? In game number 1, there was some mistakes, but we were able to close it out really quickly. I guess, yeah, there were some of the mistakes that kind of make Showmaker feel less satisfied than before, but you are the solo POG of tonight, and you are so close to reaching the first place. Well, I don't really care much about the POG standings. I just care about my team winning. Let's talk about the pick and bans today. You guys were super generous, opening some of the favorite picks over to Hanwha Life Esports, for example, Galio. I mean, we thought that we can definitely play into Galio. We knew that they prefer Galio a lot, and we had everything expected, so I just wanted to play it into really well with Silas pick. Were you guys also looking for that kind of mind game with Silas? Well, kind of, and just we completed our draft all throughout the pick and bans. We didn't really come in straight for the Silas mid. In game number 1, both Hana Life Esports and Damwon Gaming looked kind of emotional. Did you guys have that confidence that you will be the one winning all the fights in the end? I mean, we are always quite confident, but that was just like mistakes. And I will do my best to kind of get rid of those kind of mistakes. Despite some of the mistakes that Damwon Gaming has been making, you guys are always able to kind of close out the game. I mean, after one certain situation is over, we always think what to play next. And I think that's the strength of all the players on the side of Damwon Gaming. And as we mentioned, we think that 2020 Damwon Gaming is really like the 2018 IG. What are your thoughts on that? Well, 2018 IG, I mean, they were like so good. So I'm not really sure. I guess that's a really nice compliment. But I mean, Rookie, he's like unreachable player. So I don't think that's true. Well, Showmaker, I guess he has a huge respect over to Rookie. And moving on to game number 2, Youngjae stepped in on the side of Hana Life Esports. Well, yeah, yesterday we were discussing who's gonna play as jungler in Hana Life Esports, and Kenyon actually said tomorrow it's gonna be Youngjae. And as we heard that he's subbing in game number 2, we were really surprised. But in game, we weren't too afraid of him. What did Kenyon say about it? Well, as the referee told us, Youngjae is subbing in, he was like, see, told ya. Because Kenyon is really good at predicting, because he also had some pop-up game on Karsus in the jungle last time. And there was also another pocket pick coming out from Lihan, Soraka. I mean, she's really good at laning phase, but in the later phase, she's not that good, so we kind of said that let's hang on during the lane phase. Showmaker, well, mostly Kassadin actually max Q, but you are going really aggressively with max E. Well, sometimes, I mean, usually I go for fleet footwork, and I always look for the late game maxing Q, but I saw Doinbi actually going for the Ultimate Hunter, and also looking for a lot of engages with his different build. So I tried to kind of follow his playstyle. Well, speaking of Doinbi, he actually mentioned about you that you guys are strong at scrims. And you know, there's this Doinbi curse thing going on, but you guys managed to get a win. I mean, I really appreciate his compliment, but yeah, I heard that he jinxed all the teams. So I was a little bit afraid, and we will do our best to not get cursed. And I also think that FPX is doing a fantastic job. Weren't you a bit afraid when Doinbi mentioned you guys? I mean, that was a compliment, so I thought that we have to keep working really hard. Kassadin came in game number 2, and which is your favorite pick. So let's take a look at the highlight. This counter gank was so significant. Did you guys predict it? Not really, but we were just playing accordingly to the situation. So we were like, Volibear is here, so we weren't like we were looking for that specific fight. We were just like adapting to a given situation. That was really significant because had that not happened, actually had Hana Life Esports pulled up that gang cleanly, maybe even the bottom duos would be suffering after that gang. And also the K-pop star Sunmi said she's a huge fan of you. She posted a selfie with your jersey on. I mean, that's gonna be a huge motivation of my life, I'm pretty sure. Any message over to Sunmi? Fighting! Your next opponent is Genji, and you have to take them down in order to claim that first place spot. Well, I mean, I believe that our fans are really disappointed by us after we lost to Genji. But because we got a revenge up against DRX, we want to repeat it up against Genji as well. So this will be the end of the interview with Showmaker from Daman Gaming, picking up 2-0 win up against Hana Life Esports. And Showmaker is the current leader of POG on the side of Daman Gaming. And let's check out the updated rankings here in the LCK.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation. Pretty long one there with Showmaker, making sure they get to the bottom of everything as Damwon locking down second place, and their match against Genji is so important. I mean, that'll guarantee second place at least for Damwon. And if DRX, if they drop anything, I mean, actually, to be perfectly honest, I think that Damwon will be first, because I don't know how anyone is supposed to get to Damwon's point score. It's just insanity. The only games that they've lost are in the matches that they lost. It's been 2-0s every single other time. They are very good at it, and that 30 points is going to be available. But guys, you're going to be able to like learn a trade skill if you want to, finish a novel. We've got a very long break, but when we get back, T1 versus Sandbox. We'll see you there.
ain't just beginning. We got this down. Now I'm higher than the ceiling. 'Cause I ain't coming down when I'm up, when I'm up. So if you come around, bring the love, bring the love. No, I don't need no hang-ups, hey, so hang 'em up. 'Cause baby, I'ma need me some more. I can't get enough of the love. Give me that good time feeling. Give me that good time feeling. Get enough of the love. Give me that good time feeling. Give me that good time feeling. I can't get enough. No, I can't get enough. I can't get enough. No, I can't get enough.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2020 Summer. I'm Atlas, joined by the Valdanalist. I hope you guys had a good time. Maybe you learnt a new language.
A nap.
Maybe
perhaps.
you took a nap. That's also another thing you could have done. I assume if you chose the language route that you're probably fluent now, because that was a damn huge break that we had. Yeah, it was just gigantic. I know people often like to quote the amount of years that there is going to be before the next match. That was definitely a lot of years. But here we are for T1 versus Sandbox. Red versus red, but there is only one true mono-red team in this matchup, and that is Sandbox. They definitely do like to play hard and fast, and T1 are entirely the opposite. So we'll see whether Sandbox can use early aggression to try and take down the Titans. But I think T1 will probably figure a way back into this one, and maybe it has something to do with their 2003-born mid lane.
Yeah, Closer coming out today once again. Took wins on Zoe and Akali up against KT. Looked very mechanically skilled. I think there were some small bumps in the road where it's like, okay, this guy's a rookie. There's some decisions he's making where it's like, okay, maybe he probably shouldn't have done that, but, you know, we give him the benefit of the doubt. It was his first day on the stage, and honestly, I think it gave a more aggressive feel to a T1 lineup that is mostly very reserved and passive and pick their moments very carefully. So it'll be interesting to see. Maybe we get some more action today, Atlas.
Exactly. And let's have a look at the points of the match going into that one. Clash between two teams who just picked up 2 Ws in a row. T1 wants to be the top contender versus Sandbox, the king of the East. I believe Sandbox still have an opportunity to potentially make playoffs here, but it's going to need a dream run, and that absolutely starts here up against T1. Canna going down to the very bottom first. Canna with 22 solo kills, looking to break the solo kill record. Guys, that's going to be really, really difficult. Marin in 2015 was a player unlike any other. He got 34 solo kills in one season, including playoffs. Like, that is absolutely unheard of. Since then, there hasn't been one above 25, I think. And this is a name like Khan,
26
Sneb,
from Khan.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's still a massive gap between number 1 and number 2. So, obviously, definitely, he's going to have a long road ahead of him. They still have something like seven-ish series, maybe 6 or 7 left over here. As we're taking a look at some of the stats, you can see that T1 has actually been struggling a lot with the early
neutral objectives in general. Neutral objectives have not been something that T1 have been able to focus on.
Although they do focus on the dragon. So I guess it's mostly not the Herald, but mostly the dragon that they're always focusing on, which kind of shows that they have a lot of bottom lane priority and mid lane priority, which I feel like is generally the case for T1.
When you have Teddy and Faker, generally bottom side of the map is where you're going to be strong. But Canna has been certainly playing very well. So it just shows that T1 don't focus on the top side of the map so much. We do sometimes talk about the Herald as being a bit of a trap, but let's go through the rosters here. Effort and Teddy, no surprise, but Closer is going to be retaining his position in the mid lane over Faker, which is absolutely insane. Of course, we got used to it when EasyHoon joined the roster, but it is still weird when Faker gets subbed out. Cuz and Canna up there towards the top side of the map. No Elam this time. We're not going to go for Ultra Youth this time. At least Cuz is going to be there for a little bit more veteran status. We'll see whether he's upgraded his performance as well. As speaking of mid lane talent, Fate is going to be up against Closer this time. I feel like this is like a young gun matchup. And it's going to be exciting because Fate has been no slouch in that mid lane. Does certainly need to prove himself. He's not necessarily in the holy trinity of mid laners of the LCK just yet, but he is certainly performing. As we're going to go and have a look at Canna versus Summit. Summit, you got to work on those solo kills, man.
Yeah, 5th. I don't know how he managed to do that. And Kana, meanwhile, is LCK first, not just for his role. Solo kills at 15, so he gets a lot of solo kills early, as well as the most solo kills in general. You can see that Summit, for the amount of gold that he gets, he does do a ton of damage. Just taking a look at some of the champions he's played a ton of Kennen and Jace. So those are a couple of champions that are going to do a heck ton of damage, you know, regardless of how much gold they have, as long as they can, you know, be utilized correctly, which Summit will do. And Summit was able to come out last time and actually have a really nice performance, which is good to see. We know that he still has it in him.
Absolutely. I feel like whenever we talk about Summit, it's like we're parents, you know? It's like, I know you've got such high potential. If you just went to medical school, you could be a good person instead of this commentator like you are. Sorry, I think I'm projecting. No. Summit, we absolutely know that he has the potential to be amazing and just hasn't really reached it here because he's done it before. He did it last year. He was definitely top 3, if not top 2, in the LCK. And having a look at Closer right now, see whether up against Canna Summit can prove himself. But the mid lane matchup is also just going to be really, really interesting. Man, this is an exciting one. And Gorilla versus Teddy is always fun to watch there towards the bottom side. We've got 2 Jin Air 80 carries here in Root and Teddy as well, which is going to be really, really cool to keep track of. But I think, you know, Effort does a lot of the communicating, but Teddy's going to have to be really the rock of T1 because without Faker, he is sort of by far the biggest veteran in this team.
Yeah. I was actually taking a look at that now that you mentioned it to see, you know, who was talking. And after the recent win, we did get to, of course, have a look into the columns, and it was kind of everybody that wasn't Closer. It was like, you know, even though Teddy's the most veteran, it did seem that everybody was kind of chiming in and talking about what to do in the team fights. There wasn't, you know, one clear leadership role in terms of the voice and the shot caller, so pretty interesting to see. And then, of course, Closer just didn't say anything because, you know, he's the newbie on the block and
concentrating on those mechanics. He was also, I believe, that was in the second match. His Akali did require a lot of concentration from what we saw, and he sort of started a bit of a tidal wave. There's been a lot of Akalis that we've seen since then as well. As Senna is going to be banned away here from Sandbox, as the Blitzcrank Callista just taken off the board outright. There's the Olaf. So now what does Sandbox take away next? There is so much priority here. Karma's available, and Volibear's available, and Set's available.
Probably going to go Volibear, I would imagine.
I mean, that seems like the LCK standard, but we've seen a few different things. Both Callista and Aphelios banned is an interesting one, but this is no surprise.
Yeah. The last time around I was tricked and Domlin went for Set, which Beryl did obviously pilot really, really well. But the Volibear has shown that it is incredibly strong nowadays. Of course, you're giving up some really strong picks. With the way that Sandbox did ban, though, this is just inevitable. Targeting the Blitzcrank is always interesting. And here we go!
We're doing it! A taste of North America, perhaps, as here we are.
Yamato.
Thanks, Yamato. Of course, he was probably watching the Mad Lions, who actually won with this combo.
Yeah.
But this is really cool. We're thieving some spells towards the bottom side of the map. And I kind of thought that something like this was going to happen. You know, I kind of thought that Yamato was going to be able to bring some of the flavor.
That Blitzcrank ban was very out of place.
Yeah, a bit suspect.
Yeah. Especially because Effort plays it so well. And you'd see that immediately T1 are like, well, I guess we'll just pick up, you know, Jesse and James.
The thing is, right, this could actually inflict some PTSD. Oh my god, they locked it!
Wait.
Wow!
Playing Aurelia into closer.
That is... them some fighting words!
I love it.
This is awesome. I love this game already. Trust Yamato to be on our side and give us all of the entertainment we require. You can see they're very stoic, but that eyebrow raise, that's giving me some ideas.
That cannon is really sticking out. Maybe we should take him off the board.
Yeah.
I'm just really good at reading lips, guys. Like
that actually worked very well. Okay, Kenny to be taken away. Do they take away the cat on a book to deny the full Team Rocket? Because, of course, Team Rocket is nothing without their Meow. Sejuani being banned. On Fleek, I mean, he's got everything that he can pick. I guarantee that if Lee Sin's available, he's going to pick it at R4. But we'll have to see. So far, I mean, T1 do have a good comp, right? Volibear, understandably very high priority. Ezreal Zoe works very well in tandem with one another, and we saw, I mean, Closer debuted with a 506 Zoe performance, so I wouldn't be too worried just yet, but I was talking about PTSD, and that's because the fastest game in World's history was IG versus SKT then, T1 now. And that was with T1 trying to pilot the Sona Tam Kench on the bottom side of the map, and Jackie Love absolutely obliterated Teddy in effort. So, look, maybe that's coming into it, because they're also picking Aurelia into closer. So this could just be
This is not the, the old Janair approach where it's like get behind early, then sit back and do nothing. This is like the exact opposite. We're going to draft aggressively. We're going to draft new picks. We're going to get in your face. And I like it against T1, who's kind of going through a tumultuous time. Just add in the Hecarim.
Well,
why not?
This is what both C9 and Mad Lions played it with. The horse is amazing, and he will be cantering around and doing everything that they need. I mean, Hecarim was also very popular back with Sona Tam Kench as well, and so he's just going to be getting a lot of gold from that mid lane, as Bard was available. That's actually crazy. So Ezreal Bard, very powerful bottom lane. Sandbox looked to be unfazed by the Bard even being a possibility. But I mean, based on this last pick, this is going to be still a very formidable draft from T1. Canna's being, as you can see, very vocal. Can you read those lips? Oh my god, this is just a tier list.
Camille.
They've just picked a tier list of champions, basically, in every role. Camille, very, very strong.
69% win ratio is really nice right now for Camille. She is just really strong in general, even blind pickable. And now this is going to give the option for the Aurelia to go top. If Summit would like it. But instead, we are going to see that into the mid lane. Of course, it's very popular into Zoe. Just saying that it was an option, as the Wukong is going to come out here up against the Camille.
I love this. This is actually exactly the strategy that was utilized overseas. And we'll see whether it's going to work out here for Sandbox. I mean, there's still so much magic damage. That's why you're able to take these very aggressive physical damage lanes in the Aurelia and the Wukong. And the pile-in strategy that you can do with this composition is great. However, T1 do have a lot of answers for that. Zoe likes to skirt fights. Bard likes to break fights up. Tempered Fate is going to be so valuable in this game. Camille likes to just split push, and Sandbox, that's exactly not what they want to do. So, two teams with some very different win conditions. However, T1 should, if they are able to play out the macro well, get the one-up over Sandbox, because they should be able to play that smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this comp, and it's like, how the hell did they get this? And
yeah, right.
The reason is because the other side is going for a very specifically crafted comp that goes with a lot of off-meta picks, and so a lot of stuff just gets left available, and so they did get their pick of the litter, and that's absolutely scary. Now, we'll just have to see if the power of this crafted comp that Yamato obviously had a big influence coming into this one, you would have to imagine.
Oh, yeah.
And we're just going to have to see if they have it practiced well and if they can actually pull it off after about, I'd imagine, a week of practice.
The thing that I find really interesting is that T1 didn't actually ban the Hecarim. Hecarim is being used, I believe, in every single Sonalux composition. And it might be a bit telling that T1 haven't necessarily been focusing on every region. And maybe they've been caught by surprise. So maybe that's going to be something. I would expect T1 to know as Silent Knight Sona. What a glorious skin. I love that one. It's just so classy.
Yeah, it's very nice. And just thinking about the two bands that they did go for, the Sejuani with the Aurelia is a great combo. And I suppose that with this kind of comp, you may expect another melee attacker up on the top side, and then the Renekton into the Camille. It looked like they were really trying to pick up that Camille and didn't want to have to go into the Renekton, but the point still does stand that, you know, with the giving the power to the top side and taking power away from the jungle, you're still going to get that give that very powerful jungle pick over. So it was kind of, you know, which hard thing are you going to go up against? And T1 chose the Hecarim.
You'll notice Ignite Smite onto Onfleek as well. No need for Flash. You've got Onslaught of Shadows, so no worries there. Arcade Hecarim as well.
Ability.
What do you mean? No, it's because he's part of the trinity of Onslaught sort of abilities, you know? You got Onslaught of Shadows, Unstoppable Onslaught from Scion, and then you've got Unstoppable Force from Malphite, and it's like learning names in this game is just really frustrating.
Yeah, you know, that's actually a really good way to remember stuff, is to group it up into stuff just like you did. So maybe that's the reason you just you're just really good at remembering things, Atlas.
I'm absolutely not. That's why I don't speak Korean yet, dude.
Well, maybe you just got to group them up more.
Yeah,
maybe that'll work.
Maybe I can. I mean, if I did that with Juseo, then it's like actually everything, because you can say that to
yeah, that's
like everything.
Very.
It's like it's already grouped up, and it actually makes it harder.
Yeah. Well, it's been almost a year. 4 days off there as KT's Prey did lose to Damwon Nuclear in on the Kaisa in 2019. It was a different time, guys.
It certainly was.
Very different time. Nothing in that sentence made any sense for right now.
I believe Prey is going to be on the LCK later on the Sunday Night League. I believe that's only on the Korean broadcast, but I think Prey, Marin, they're both going to be there alongside Pawn, who's also going to turn back up. Onfleek's up here. Cuz is going to look for this dive. So Onfleek in position, doesn't exactly have the health bar. This is a dangerous dive at level 3, especially with the decoy available. Canna doesn't have the turret aggro. Grabs himself the physical shield, and he's going to be okay. Good positioning there from Onfleek, but maybe could have cantered past the Camille in order to try and push him back in the other direction.
He's sticking around here. There's a lot of pings going over to the red buff, and then he was kind of hanging around mid lane.
He's walking so slow. It's like, you.
Just gonna take it. Okay.
And I guess he can do that. Onfleek not exactly very healthy at this point in time. As we'll see whether he even... No, he's not even going to check. He's going to go back. As Cuz so far, 4-0 on the Volley Bear. Not bad. Teddy, just not great on
first
the
pick.
Ezreal stats. Yeah. Apart from Summit, 1-4. Not great as far as the Wukong is concerned. But now, ooh, tactical sweep. Scary. Canna. Hookshotting. That's not what you want. That's a mistake, ladies and gentlemen. And Ignite very early. As now, oh my god, double teleports from T1. And that's the kind of respect you get with 22 solo kills under your belt. Canna's like, save me, boys. And they all came up.
Yeah. Closer gets up there. Fate gets up there. And he did have to flash to get out of that one. Now Summit is going to save his flash. They're both going to TP back in. So it is going to be a nice little win here, as the cannon will be secured here by Canna. So good for him to pick that one up. And the jungle route from Cuz was very interesting. I think it's definitely something that would make LS mauled out of control, where he just ignores his entire jungle. He's like, yeah, I don't really need those camps. I'm just going to take your camps, and I'm going to look for an early gank. I'm going to look to Sin, as he would put it. And it, you know, Volibear at level 3 does have some pretty intense ganking potential, as we did see, but it got denied, and then he was able to get in there and take away the red. So for now, it is working out.
Well, you can see Onfleek just going to help shove this wave in, give Fate another back. He's going to head back there. You can see is within touching distance of the Zoe CS. Certainly good news as Canna gets underneath this turret just to thwack Summit a little. Flick's puppies are going to be taken by himself. As that paddle star is a bit of a hitbox question mark right there. But very nicely done from Closer.
Teddy's, he actually stepped back in the lane and then he massaged his neck at the same time. That was kind of interesting.
What's happening?
Multitasking.
This horse just wants to get in lanes as we missed a cannon. That's bad news, Bears. But they do get the wave crash. These junglers need to start jungling. You know?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, that Cuz has just been in the face of OnFleek the entire time, and OnFleek's like, well, I guess.
Oh, dearie me. That's a lot of damage. It's all right. Fate has his Corrupting Potion running, and should be able to use the Ionian Fervor to get his health back up as well. See whether he can push this lane as Effort's going to move on in. He's doing a bit of chime hunting as no stun to be had here by Fate. As there's the Vanguard's edge, flash out from Closer as he does break the wall. But Cuz once again in great position. All right.
Looks like Gorilla just ran on top of a trouble bubble that was on the ground. Did look a little bit silly, but there was no... Oh, did he just walk over that ward?
Oh, no. He had places to be.
Well, he does have to get to this blue buff. Cuz is just relentless.
Yeah, he's just not letting OnFleek jungle.
Oh, boy.
So what's happening is Root's going to come on over. Doesn't have the crescendo just yet as... Wow, that was a magical journey.
Yeah, he's a pretty good champion, guys, by the way. You may have heard of him. His name is Brad.
Brad the Chad.
Big fan.
As Gorilla and Root, yeah, they're not going to take too much damage from that True Shot Barrage. I believe that was like Guardian W and Gorilla's W. So yeah, that's what this combo does, is OnFleek gets a blue. So there we go. Look at these control wards, though, in the Hecarim's jungle. Very sneaky.
Yeah. And that is something that OnFleek should be looking for, especially when the enemy jungler has been in your jungle about 3 or 4 times now in a row in the early game. It's definitely not uncommon to have control wards lying around sneakily, and there was the one that he ran right by, so we're going to have to hope that he takes that away eventually. Otherwise, they're going to have full knowledge on where that dangerous Ignite jungler will be, and will be looking for ganks.
All right, well, checking in on the top side. Summit's just taking some damage here from Kano, who's having a great time here in this lane, as you can see. It's going to be pretty even as far as CS is concerned, but I always get scared when a Camille gets a free lane, because she just does scale and scale and scale. True damage will do that. As you can see, gold in the lead here for T1 in every lane. Nothing's really happened. It's just been better laning. As you can see, 700 gold in the lead for the Ezreal. As you can see, the supports are pretty close. 700 gold is actually not as much as I was expecting. You look at the CS gap, I mean, it's just gigantic. So the Spell Thieves are working between the two.
Yeah, stacking those up, and we'll get there eventually as we're taking red buff again.
Oh, man.
But OnFleek might just not care and try to go for the gank here.
Yep, Cyclone comes in as he almost wins that one by himself as Tempered Fate comes down as well. Summit trying to get in position. Ignite goes in onto Canna. Summit secures that kill now. As OnFleek's getting so much health back from that W, but now it's ran out and he has to get underneath that turret. A magical journey comes on in, and Closer not going to be able to kill the horse. It's amazing this time around as Summit is going to continue shoving this one through. So first blood going over to Sandbox. True Shot Barrage not going to find OnFleek.
He's still on vision. They just see him everywhere he goes. Closer might try to get in there, but there is a control ward guarding him in that little brush. So he should know about the Zoe. We're not actually seeing this, as the Zoe did use the flash to try to get in there. The picked up flash, not her own, but still able to pick up the red, and that's all good. And that's really good for Sandbox, I mean, especially when you're getting your red invaded and there's so many members up top side, and you're still able to get a kill and get out alive. Definitely a good trade for them, so gotta like it. You get the Wukong a kill early on, so you can continue building towards his expensive early items.
Yep, definitely high value. I think that's exactly where OnFleek needed to be on this map, as he's now got his Pahage double Pahages as far as the top side of the map is concerned. Pahage. Page.
Pahage.
Pahage. You know, LS has infected my brain with fun to pronounce things.
Fair enough.
As Canna, we're going to have a look at this one more time. And it looked like Summit almost just had it under control by himself, to be honest.
Yeah, and it was a good dodge here by Canna, and Effort nearly able to save him, but the Ignite comes down. They realize, well, he's probably not going to die from that if he has a potion ticking. Summit's able to get on in there with his own flash. Thankfully, OnFleek was taking a lot of the heat on the top side, so even when Summit was diving in for the kill, he didn't really take any damage on the backside going out, and was able to just safely and securely pick that up. And it's good because he still had his flash from the trade earlier on, if you remember, up in the top side where Kana lost his, whereas he probably would have survived if he did have it. So all these things do come into play. At the end of the day, though, I mean, it is the first blood going the way of Sandbox, but the bottom lane, they're struggling to stack their Spell Thieves, and the Ezreal is kind of just getting a free lane for now. And they also picked up Infernal Drake, the T1, so they're definitely in a good spot for now.
Yep, no Ocean Soul this time around. I believe when we saw Mad Lions, they also managed to get a 3-stack Ocean Soul on top of having Sona Lux. That was repugnant, to be honest. Just looked impossible to deal with. As OnFleek, he's in his favorite place, which is inside a lane. It's look, that cannon was on 2 health and he only did 1 damage to it. That's what happened.
Sona autos are so sad.
I know, it's a big problem.
OnFleek didn't even stay to try to get it. Like, you might as well just give it to him.
Well, Fate going to be chunked here, but does have a CS advantage because of the roaming that Closer has been doing. But Closer, no assists or kills to his name. Certainly works out for the Aurelia, whose job is mainly going to be trying to deal with Canna in a side lane as this one goes along. And you can see at the moment is currently ahead in farm in comparison to said here. Okay, here's the combo, but it's going to be blocked mainly, and there's a brilliant Tempered Fade. All of them still set up as the Sona is going to go down first, and T1 just mauls Sandbox. The combo just didn't work, and T1 are going to have to say thanks to their Bard, as that was a great decoy sent out by Summit. But honestly, the damage has been done, and it's only going to get worse, as T1 will also funnel all of this plate gold into both Canna and Teddy with the help of HLE. Oh no, maybe Sandbox have mind-gamed themselves with this composition.
Yeah, I mean, they're showing a lot of respect to T1, and they're trying to really play something out of the ordinary to try to overcome them. And unfortunately, it doesn't work the way that it's played out in this game, at least. And there's a reason why Bard is banned so often, as Fate's going for it, but...
Yeah, he's just not really doing any damage. Seeker's Arm Guard, pretty good item. And yeah, Closer just...
Yeah, he's even going to get some mana there, but... Yeah, just, I mean, in the fight, like, if Bard can set it up so that he catches both Sona and Lux, like, you're not gonna have a good time. It's just not gonna happen. As a lot of action, a lot of trading back and forth here.
And True Shot Barrage just soften up Summit. Another Mystic Shot as well. Teddy looks angry. As OnFleek, I believe, was able to take that Rift Scuttler. And as you can see, he was. So Gorilla and Root just park themselves in the mid lane, Closer with not very much mana available, and Canna's looking to steal away this blue buff. We'll see whether Fate's going to move in to try and grab it. As Effort sweeping out Vision, as that might have been a dangerous Nimbus. What's it called? Nimbus Strike? Nimbus Strike.
I think it's Nimbus Strike.
It is. I just couldn't remember the word strike for some reason.
Closer's being a bully.
He is.
He did not have to TP to that ward to try to trouble bubble the Aurelia. Just maybe hoping the Aurelia wouldn't realize. As there we go. There's the replay.
All right.
And yeah, I mean, like, okay, you're trying to set this up, but look at Effort. He repositions himself and he gets the perfect ult. And at first you're like, well, you know, maybe some of the damage from the Volibear is denied, but the double stun comes in. The 2 supports are doing nothing. And they're so squishy right now. And they're set up in a place by the Bard where they cannot escape. And just like that, in one fell swoop, Bard carries the whole fight. As watch the teleport. It's good, it's good. Get Sona.
백카리. 50 노플, 50 노플, 50 노플. 50
No
노플이야.
flash on
Dekko.
Kong. Yeah, just effort leading the charge. He's talking so much.
Yeah.
He's going into that, and
I also
really
love
did
it.
set it all up.
We were talking about him being a shot caller earlier, and now he's on a champion that has so much agency at the same time. Like, Bard does it all. He's just too versatile. And with Effort having such a strong voice on the team, it certainly does help out as well. So really, really cool to see Effort taking control and also just playing really good. But it's not over yet, you know? Sona Lux is a scaling composition. You're supposed to get the horse super tanky. He first needs a Trinity Force, not tanky yet. And then you're going to have so much healing, not even 1,000 Morellonomicons could stop it.
Yeah, and that's why, as Sandbox, with this composition, you can't be running into the river.
Yeah, right.
And grouping up against a Bard and making it really easy. It's not the easiest composition to play, especially for the bottom lane. So there's a lot of pressure onto Root and Gorilla, at least early on in the game. Once it gets late game, you can kind of, you know, chill back, give some shields and heals, support your big ol' horse. But until then, you can't just be given free gold over to the enemy team, which is unfortunately what happened. And now it's Teddy on Ezreal, 2-0-1, and he went Trinity Force.
Yeah.
I think he might just be able to close the game out himself. We'll have to see how quickly T1 can close this game out, though.
Still only that one kill on Sandbox's side as far as any sort of objectives. Top outer turret has been taken, bottom outer turret and mid outer turret. T1 are in so much control. It's the fastest I've seen T1 play in what feels like 6 months. It's crazy. But also, Sandbox have a composition that doesn't really work in the early game. Just doesn't. Doesn't really function yet. And you need items. They need things to not go quite as catastrophically as they have so far. As you see Summit, he's a long way away from his Trinity Force. Same thing can be said for OnFleek. Thankfully, Fate does have his. And we'll see whether they can actually get the team fight to work. Because, I mean, doesn't matter really how the early game goes. This Sandbox comp still does work really well if you can get the enemy team to clump up and you can fight them. Maybe don't focus on the Volley Bear, who can just eat all the CC with his ultimate. That's probably a whoopsie.
Yeah.
So maybe find a different champion, like any of the other champions.
Yeah,
and
any of
do
the
it
other
there.
4.
I mean, maybe not Canna, because Hextech Ultimatum also dodges CC. Oh, no. Maybe this is not the composition to play this into.
Yeah, I do like the Camille in general, but also against this comp, I think it does have a lot of value. And we, as you mentioned, because Sandbox are going to just be looking to scale, and T1 aren't, you know, they're not really in a huge rush just yet. I think they can pick up a couple of Mountain Drakes, maybe go for Baron, and then end the game. They're still far enough ahead to do that from here, to the point where they do not have to rush. I think we are just going to enter a little bit of a lull in the game.
Yep, potentially a lull state here. You're right. Sandbox, not going to lose too much health under this turret, as you can see. Not a lot of range as the bubble did connect onto the Sona. Having a bit of a zoom out, checking out Summit and Canna fighting on the bottom side. Oh my god, it's like 2 autos.
It's Trinity Force, right? What? He has QSS too, so...
Damage is ridiculous. Fate is just... Sorry, Teddy is just gigantic. Onslaught of Shadows used defensively. Gorilla and Fate both set up, as that is a beautiful Cosmic Binding. Summit moves on over, but even he's not tanky. Remember? He's trying to build a Trinity Force. Only has 2 bits of it. Oh, man.
Yeah. I mean, if you see the composition coming and you get ahead with Poke, you're going to have a fun time against 2 of the squishiest champions in the game, right? And it looks real good against Root and Gorilla, but it also looks quite good against anyone. Even Fate was taking massive damage from WQ, from the Ezreal.
Oh my god, he exploded! X-Tech Ultimatum means he can't do anything. Well, he thought that his jungle was his jungle, Valdez. His jungle is not his jungle. It's in fact this whole game. The whole rift is Teddy's rift right now.
It was like the Hecarim turbo into the jungle. Like, let me run as fast as possible into the enemy. Unfortunately for OnFleek. I guess he thought they had a little bit more control, but it did look a bit silly running straight into the now 3-0 and 1 Ezreal. Level 12, by the way.
Yeah,
Same as the solo laners.
As the Muramana completed, QSS there just in case he takes any CC. He's 40 CS ahead of the clock because he's Teddy. He finds minions that you can't find. It's just how that works. Bit of a Logitech shout out there, that's pretty cool. Didn't know that we changed the flags to the brands. As let's have a look at this one more time.
Where's he going?
Oh no!
There's nobody even in the lane.
This isn't where I parked my car.
There's nothing in the jungle that he could even possibly want to get. Like, he's like, let me run towards my wolves that are definitely taken.
I mean,
okay.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
What? Yeah, on Fleek, you probably don't want to be running after them there. This Gorilla is, look, that's a big shield. And unfortunately, Teddy with like 2 autos and a Mystic Shot, Gorilla's dead. Maybe not 2, maybe 1 auto and a Mystic Shot.
Well, they're all kind of healed up from now. It looks like Sandbox really want to take a fight. Look at the way they're positioning, all 5 of them just trying to run forward down mid.
They're like, let's see if we can make this work. And with a Mountain Drake alive, there's no better time to start than now. As Closer comes into the side, Tempered Fate lands onto 4 members. And in goes the volley bear. Everyone just gets pounded. Teddy with a double kill. Is it going to be the triple as he is going to pick that one up? Now he's looking for that penta, but Closer says no. And Effort gonna fly on through his magical journey, and he's taking his team on 1 here today. As T1 will be able to close this one out. Probably their fastest victory in the 2020 summer season.
Wow. I think you might be right. I think this might just be the end. Gorilla's going to spawn. As you can see, Effort is already setting up for it. You have to call this. Oh, they're not going to go for it. If this was Dom 1, they would have gone for it.
Oh, yeah, the game would have been over.
But T1, they're a little bit safer. They're 6-0 Ezreal. Just not good enough. He picked up a lot of gold. We need to get him another item. Maybe then we can fight.
Maybe he can go back and finish like Death's Dance and Mercurial Scimitar with the amount of money that he has. I don't know. He's got a lot of money.
Do whatever he wants. He can buy a Leandry's right now. He can buy him a Dies. Let's do it.
And he's even going to be able to take the Drake.
So this is Sir Bradley McChattinson. I don't know why you're leaving Bard available against this team.
God! Look at that onslaught of suicide.
They propagated the snowball for sure.
They definitely did.
Propagated hardcore. And there just wasn't, I mean...
It's hardcore propaganda.
You can't group up like this against Bard. He shouldn't be in the game. He should have been banned.
Oh, man.
He's too good. There's a reason why every other team is like banning him first phase, but I mean, I understand. There's only 3 bans, and they really need to get rid of Blitzcrank from the lane. Teddy's calling for it, and he's like, oh, it's no fun, no chance.
Yeah, that's because Closer stole it away, and therefore Cuz is able to take that one. 2,000 mil, not bad.
He's like calling out the Closer, and I think he said it's okay.
All right, that's a snowball item. That's a Duskbladed Drakthar. All right. We've seen Ezreal's build lethality in the past. This is if you want to win the game now. And if no one on the enemy team has any defensive statistics. Guess what? No one on the enemy team has any defensive statistics. So yeah, Teddy's going to be able to kill Gorilla with 1.5 Mystic Shots, I reckon.
Yeah. I wonder if he can like one-shot him with WQ.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's just line it up and see. I want to see the experiment.
Well, there's an Onslaught of Shadows just onto Closer. They might be able to kill him, but no. He goes golden. And Teddy, that's the ulti, doesn't really land. As now Summit's trying to do something. He's going down very, very low, but so far, Sandbox is staying alive. As I say that, though, on Fleek is going to fall. And now, the onslaught of the Teddy machine launching himself forward. Gorilla does soak 1 Mystic Shot, but is he going to be able to soak a gigantic Bear Smite? I do not think so, as T1 looked like they were going to play it slow, but now it's over. This game was really fun, though.
Yeah.
And it's good to see Teddy having a good time and trying to boost his pretty abysmal Ezreal stats at the moment.
Well, he certainly did that. As, wow, that was, it was an experiment, let's call it. I think Yamato wanted to say, hey, let's try it out. Let's see how it works.
Yep.
I would have liked to see the Brad bans, but other than that, I think it was more so just their positioning and the gameplay and getting caught out too much too early. They got too far behind, right? It's a scaling kind of composition. You can't just give that many free kills and gold over the Ezreal. Otherwise,
yeah, right.
I mean, it's going to be too much.
Letting through Ezreal Bard is a sin.
Yeah.
Letting through Volibear is a sin. Letting Closer jump on Zoe again is a sin, and Camille's broken. So T1, they had a tier list composition.
They did.
Just fantastic. So Sandbox, they did get the comp they wanted, but sometimes if you're just drafting without looking at the opponent, they get things that they probably shouldn't get.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, just the tier list was real. I mean, this isn't like yeah. I think he did more than the entire enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
Did he like?
Yeah, I think he did.
No,
not quite.
No.
I missed out by like 2K.
Close, yeah. Unfortunate. Nearly did 1,000 damage per minute though, so there's that.
Yeah.
I guess that's okay.
14 seconds above a shellacking, but we'll probably still give it to T1. That was utter dominance. In game number 1 against Sandbox, this is a best of 3. There is a chance that Sandbox can bounce back after this, but the mental and emotional damage that a loss like this does to you is pretty brutal.
Yeah, I mean...
And T1 look like they're feeling themselves with this new mid laner. Closes 100% win rate so far.
Yeah, I think they just have a little bit more of a carefree and more aggressive attitude.
Yeah.
In the earlier stages of the game, early and mid stages. So I think that's pretty cool. I think maybe having the image of the big brother in the mid lane taken away actually lets the other players relax a little bit. So pretty interesting to see. Obviously, it is just against Sandbox, but it's definitely a good look that they were able to crush that strategy that hard.
Yeah, and they also want to make the LCK look like a league with a top 4, not with a top 3, right? And it has sort of deviated into a top 3 league. With performances like this, if they continue to get them, T1 are definitely going to turn it into a top 4. But they're going to have to prove it again in game number 2. We'll see you for that after the break.
교육생 말해봅니다. 1번 교육생 말합니다. 1번 교육생 제 말 잘 들리시나요?
네네.
세계 1라운드 보여주자.
알겠습니다. 1번 교육생! 1번 교육생! 픽합니다! 준비한 거 그대로 가져옵니다.
이거 뭘까요?
픽합니다!
버튼 머리에 이어.
1번 교육생.
이게 우리다.
와 지렸다. 너 뭐 할래? 아 이거 모대해도 돼요 모대.
생각한 대로 나왔습니다.
시끄러.
조합 컨셉 빨면서 다 죽여버립니다. 알겠습니까? 혼자 하면 100 힘들 거 같이 하면 50 힘들다.
오케이.
그거 잘못하면 150 힘들다.
오케이.
50 힘들게.
얘들아 파이팅하고.
화이팅.
파이팅 파이팅.
우리가 집중 더 하고 그때 우리가 서로 그냥 좀 당겨주고 밀어주고 제발 경청 좀 해줘 경청.
자신감 있게 후회하지 말고 또.
얘들아 내 말에 계속 집중해.
저 싸우면 내가 같이 싸워줄게. 파이팅 파이팅.
파이팅.
화이팅 화이팅.
나 죽었어. 까비. 오우 깜놀했어. 야 이거 라인
말았어.
레렉톨 있잖아. 까비 괜찮아?
괜찮아.
나 좀 참아봐. 내가 캐리 해줄게.
아 나도 캐리할 수 있어. 파이팅 하자 우리.
칼리 노리면 좋아.
칼리부터.
칼리.
야 칼리 공배 내가 칼리 공배 썼어. 가자.
가자.
칼리 뛰었어.
가자. 나이스.
잘했어.
잘했다.
앞라인부터.
빼면서 해.
야 칼리스터.
앞라인부터 봐.
야 앞라인.
이겼어.
오케이.
야 풀빼.
밀어.
사용 먹을게.
아 미드 가자. 이겼어. 너가 돼. 아나 갔어. 오른쪽 먼저. 아 왼쪽 먼저. 야 이기는 거야.
야 이겼다.
야 이기는 거야 얘들아.
야 이겼다.
야 이기는 거야.
야 구연승이다 이제.
우리가 이기는 거야.
잘했다.
야 구연승이다 이제. 구연승 가자.
잘했어.
나는 이제 풋캠프에서 룸에 빨리 붙고 난 전령 먹고 이제 미드에 또 소킬 딴 다음에 미드 세칸 만들어 놓고 내가 거기 전령 깐 다음에 미드랑 버텀 영향력 걸치자.
너는 그럼 뭘 해?
나 룸메아리. 형 탑 어때요? 다이브랑 나아요?
해볼만해.
노틸 때 짧게만 해볼래요? 가면 돼?
나이스.
된거 같은데?
가면 돼.
나이스. 야 조이 볼게 조이.
노틸 볼게.
조이 높을.
잡은 거 같은데?
아래 볼게. 나이스.
온다.
빼면서. 야 들어가 볼게. 볼 수 있나 세나?
가면 돼.
세나 높을. 펜타? 소냐, 펜타. 펜타 줄게.
나.
아, 억대기야. 다음부터. 아하. 천천히. 야, 밀어. 일단 밀어.
야 초식에 있어 펜타 안 주려고 하네.
안 돼.
야 이게 쌍초식인데?
야, 타워 밀어. 건배 미안해. 아, 하고 해보자. 한 명 남기고.
쌍초식이긴 해.
야, 죽여. 야, 함 주라. 야, 이번에.
간다.
내가 줄게, 건배야.
아 제발 펜타 깨. 펜타 킬이다.
야, 바스 좋다, 바스.
I'm the guy that I don't give. I don't give.
We mainly escape that massive level of criticism. Like when
Because in China, there's a word that made by fans. It's called like the guy who ran orphan house. That's a word that created by Chinese fans. I will always say whatever I want on the stage, cause I think that's what casters need to do.
hell yeah.
This is my favorite game, and I love my job.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn. 没人能够预见会是这种情况。This is the game people want to see. 新的王者诞生了。Kaboom! They lit the fuse. 你看到了吗？ They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome back everybody to the post-game analysis. It was T1 versus Sandbox. T1 was able to utilize their comp edge and pick up a win. Sandbox tried the Zona Lux comp, something that they learned from LEC and LCS. It's a double fasting strategy coming in for the bottom lane, taking two mage champion onto the bottom lane. Their intention is to hold on to as long as possible and supporting the bruisers, the melee champions on the top side of the map. It's really similar to the Sona Target comp that we saw last year. However, speaking of their gameplay, or the gameplay itself on Sona and Lux so far, well, this does not look as powerful as the prior Sona Target comp. And well, outside of some of the execution on those two comp, well, just T1 kind of outclassed Sandbox Gaming, especially with that outplay coming out from Bard. Sona and Lux will be able to have their power spike starting from the level 6 timing. However, well, they weren't able to boost up the bruisers and melee as well. And they're really good at countering some of the dive attempt from the opponents, but T1 was not giving the fights that Sandbox wanted. Maybe Sandbox had to aim for the late game power spike with some of the different drafts, but they were a little bit too early to kind of adapt those kind of new comp here in the LCK. Let's take a look at this laning phase first off. When there were a lot of fasting comps coming in from competitive match, we want to tell you about this kind of maximizing the best value out of these sport items. So you shouldn't farm more than 20 CS at 5-minute mark of the game. So because melee minions gives you more items, you have to kind of focus on to clearing only the melee minions, the melee creeps. It's like keto, you know? You have to get more nutrition if you're gonna kind of eat same amount of food. However, Root and Gorilla, they weren't able to kind of execute it really precisely. They were trying to trade a lot at the same time. They were trying to farm the CS, only the melee and the cannon CS, but right here they also missed that cannon creep. So the point is to go for many trades as possible and pick up all the melee minions, but they weren't able to kind of pull it off perfectly. Because Sona and Lux, they are really strong in terms of trading. They had to be a little bit more ahead of the bottom lane priority, but when they were too focused on those kind of play, they weren't able to farm efficiently enough. Well, Sona and Lux comp, they focus on the lane priority and then roam to the top side of the map to add more power and boost up their melee players. But before the point of the game was already over because of this early fight happened onto the bottom lane. T1 had really great setup, and this was about 12 mini mark of the game, but both of the support players on the side of Sandbox didn't upgrade their quest, or rather they couldn't complete their quest. They didn't activate the Sightstone. So had that, well, if they had some of the wards available, maybe they could have more vision around the bottom lane, and also they could call in other laner for TP. And also we had a very critical TP mistake coming out from Aurelia. So now Lux moving towards the brush on the river, kind of reflects their intention that they're looking for a fight, but there was a TP mistake, and also the engage from T1 was really clean. So they were the one losing that combat. It seems like earlier was trying to TP onto a turret or a ward, but his mouse pointer was actually on the minimap, so he kind of TP'd onto the wrong side of the map. Well, also T1 was really good at answering that fight because because absorbed so many CC and aggro with his skill shots. Sandbox did try something new here in the LCK, but T1 was able to give a huge punch back to Sandbox with a very clean performance. It's time to check out the player of the game, and it was Effort on Bard. 100% kill participation at 15-minute mark, and this combo was everything that decided this result. Because was able to stay so long in this fight because of this fantastic ultimate coming out from Bard, and also his skill allocation as well. So now Lux usually went against Zaya Rakan comp, or sometimes even up against Blitzcrank. And up against Zaya Rakan, Suna and Lux was actually having a really good fight, but I mean, Bard is one of the meta champions, and it's a really hard counter into some of the melee champions in the League of Legends, so that was not the perfect pick up against the T1's composition, and Effort picked up 11 out of 12 votes, missing out 1 vote from media. Now let's move on to game number 2, T1 versus Sandbox Gaming.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as usual, for your glorious translation and the media letting us down once.
Someone from the media wasn't watching the game.
I think someone from the
They
media
saw the end and they're like, oh, he did a lot of damage. Let me vote for him. Like,
do you know what I'm going to vote for?
This is the most obvious not watch the game vote I've ever seen.
We're going to need to exclude the media and just have a collective vote from Twitch chat. I think it'd be much
great.
I think that'd be much better. Because we know that the collective always gets it right.
It could be the 13th vote.
Yeah, I reckon. Maybe we could just replace one of the media. Maybe the guy that just voted.
That works.
Teddy.
Yeah.
I mean, Teddy did play very, very well, right? So it's, you know, we're ridiculing based on a lot of the things here. But we're going to have a look at the solo kill records. And this is why Can is out of luck, to be honest. 22 is an amazing stat, but 34 is much better.
Yeah.
That's going to stay there for a really long time.
And he's got, what, 5 series after this to try to catch up. He's not really on pace to break it. If anything, he's probably going to, you know, if he's at the same pace, maybe he'll end at like 29-ish, which wouldn't be bad. Obviously, that would be quite good. He'd still be conned there from Kingzone Dragon X in 2017 or 18, I think it was.
Yep.
17, I guess.
That was when Kingzone was absolutely amazing, had all of that hype heading into MSI, and then we don't talk about what happened.
Those years all mixed together.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I made a mistake on the POG state. I was like, I thought I went to China in 2015. I didn't. I went in 2016. But I just don't. It's just all the years just mixed together.
Yeah.
Sandbox is going to ban away the Callista here. We'll see whether it's Callista, Blitzcrank, and then Bard, and then we'll try it again. No, not going to be the case. The set is going to be banned here this time, as that's Twisted Fate, Volibear, and then probably something like a Karma potentially, but Karma has been seeing a bit of a drop-off. Currently on this patch, she's 20% win rate. Not so good. Brad going to be banned.
There you go.
Love it. That's exactly what we need.
They're learning.
They are indeed. I mean, I think it's like almost 100% ban rate everywhere.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
But it's just, he's just too good.
Currently, T1, after that win, are 12-3 on blue side and 7-8 on red side. So,
ooh, stats don't lie.
It's their weak side of the map.
Ooh, this is the root back test. This is how this one goes. Last time we saw Sandbox play, it was Root trying to do everything by himself. But this is dangerous. I mean, Zoe Ezreal's pretty easy right here. No pun intended. But Ashe is also fine and works better into the matchup. So they're going to lock that one away instead. A lot of CC, a lot of pick potential. could be Aphelios Karma on the bottom side, and I'd actually quite like that. Gives you a lot more lane control. It's how they use it in the LPL. Most of the time you see Karma heading down bot lane just to try and win the lane, right? Because LPL does like to play for laning phase. But it's going to be 200 years under the sea, and we might fall asleep.
Yep, we're going under the sea again, and it's a very popular pick for Gorilla. Does like to pick up that Nautilus quite a lot. Let me take a look here quickly. He's played 8 games of Nautilus, 8 games of Tahm Kench, and then his next is Thresh. Has a winning scoreline on the Nautilus here, and we're thinking about a Lee Sin with the Volibear band. I suppose that's the next best option. The Olaf is also taken out here.
I actually wouldn't mind Rek'Sai. Because Rek'Sai and Zoe, fantastic together.
Yep.
Rek'Sai in an isolated Lee Sin matchup, really good. So Cuz likes it as well. He debuted on this champion, got a quadra kill on it a few years ago. So I like to bring that up. I don't know why that one stuck in my mind, but he did do that.
Rek'Sai was really strong back then.
Yes, she was. And then it got to the point where like she got a new ultimate and you could dodge it with a flash.
Yeah.
And he was so sad. Oh man.
Yeah. Well, times have changed.
They have. You can't dodge that anymore.
Yeah. We did just see a Rek'Sai have a lot of fun into a Lee Sin matchup. The Camille getting the respect she deserves. Going to be denied away from Kana, especially on red side. You can use that to even counterpick.
Yep, I think it needs to be a Kennen ban after that, unless T1 want to get rid of it themselves, which I highly doubt.
Quinn. Not again!
No!
Before Renekton. We'll see what they do ban. Karma ban. Okay.
Don't mind it. Although I don't think it would have fit really into the sandbox composition.
Especially with the players. Fate and Summit. Not really a couple of players that we like to see on the Karma.
So find the Kennen button sandbox and we'll move on forward.
Renekton ban.
Oh god.
That's even the next
Quinn
level.
ban. We need the Quinn.
That happens sometimes where they ban Renekton here. It's Jace.
Alright, so
Kennen's available now. That's pretty...
I think they want a counterpick though for Canna, right? So I think this should be support or Cho'Gath, obviously.
Teddy's a big old troll. That's what he is. Yeah, he's really just trolling.
That's a shout out to himself. As Braum is going to be picked up, and of course Braum pretty decent into any melee matchup, and will be good for the late game as well. Root's also going to join in. Oh man. Okay, 14 seconds to go now. Let's see what Solo Lane's sandbox have for us. LeBlanc. Pretty classic matchup into the Zoe.
It's a Fate special.
Is indeed.
And what are we going to pick to go along with that in the top side?
Cho'Gath. No, it has to be blind pickable. I think Kennen's probably going to be the choice.
If this were spring, it would be Aatrox 100% of the time, but because it's summer, it's Kennen 100% of the time.
Absolutely. But we don't mind it, you know? It's pretty hard to counterpick him, especially with the Jace band away.
Yeah, no, we're going to go with the Sylas top lane. So, we're going to go with Kennen versus better Kennen up in the top lane.
Yep. And this is the Canna special. You remember his stolen Kennen ultimate into the backline. That was one of our mad movies. Really good stuff. But
where's Renekton, though?
Oh my god.
He didn't get picked or banned.
Have we reached the promised land? Are we also going to see, like, first item Leandries out of Kennen?
Oh, yeah. And Kana. It doesn't even make any sense. Like, but we need it out of all the APs.
Cuz builds it, you know? Oh, man. Just got to burn that health bar.
Teddy's going to get some sick burning arrows going.
Oh, damn right he is.
Going to turn into a fire archer.
Yep. Root's just going to spin around with his onslaught, burn everyone. Perfect. But I do like the lack of Renekton. I like the more standard composition here. I think Summit's Kennen is very good. I think Fate going to be far more comfortable. Root and Aphelios need no introduction, and 200 Years Under the Sea is something that they certainly adopted very early. And on Fleek's Lee Sin, it's... you know that he's had good games and he's had atrocious games. But when he looks good, he looks very good. We know that OnFleek shouldn't really be questioned when it comes to mechanics. It's just where he utilizes them that is often the problem. But T1, I mean, this comp is terrifying. It's like mid-game powerhouse, complete map hacks with Hawkshot and Tremor Sense.
And I feel like it's very modern too, because nowadays a lot of LCK teams are taking pick bans like this. They draft for that super powerful mid game. It's not all about, you know, Azir or Aphelios with Ornn in the top lane and let's sit back and do nothing. Now it's about getting an early lead and snowballing it into the mid game and then winning from there. Especially with how powerful Zoe is in the mid game and how often and popular she is. Or how often she's picked and how popular she is. A lot of the meta champions nowadays do kind of fall into that range.
Yeah.
So the compositions follow.
Do like it a lot out of sandbox as well. Let's see how Canna does in the lane. Can be hard early, but you're just going to sort of scale up and be, like you say, better Cannon in the late game. Having like dashes everywhere and slicing Maelstrom should be banned. But instead, it's allowed.
Will he go proto belts on top of it just to
dash everywhere?
Yeah.
He can also steal distortion as well. So in the late game, when that hijack is on a very low cooldown, he can be proto belting, distorting, then slicing Maelstroming. Don't know whether that's
strumming away.
Yeah, strumming away.
Yeah, he does have a lot of very good ultimates to steal from the side of Sandbox. I'm going to start off with a Cloud Drake in this game, so no Cloud Soul. We've had 3 games so far today that the Cloud Soul and the Dragons overall just didn't really matter because they've been 3 stomps in a row.
We haven't had very much League of Legends today. You're exactly right.
Yeah.
As Closer doesn't find the paddle stub, it does push Fate all the way out of this lane. See how the LeBlanc does. This is a matchup that it's been really weird because we've seen it so many times throughout so many different metas, and it feels like it's sort of like morphs in and out, and largely it's based on mastery of each of the champions. Generally, Zoe was picked into LeBlanc though for her ability to, as soon as the distortion was used, then you just throw a bubble at her, right? And she has to go head first into it. Right now you can see Closer with a bit of lane control, but Fate has this basically where he wants. It's not great for having pressure, but is good for setting up Closer for potential ganks. And Lee Sin does like coming in and trying to get those.
Jonah Strong's getting bored. He's zooming into the melee minions.
Yeah. Just like, I hope you don't miss it. Yeah, don't miss that one. Ooh, a little bird flies overhead. Just getting droned.
Spotted the Lee Sin, but with everything available up on the top side, he should know that OnFleek is on the bottom
chains
side.
Land as well. There's the flash immediately. Exactly what has to happen. OnFleek just taxis his way over, and he'll go about his business. That was a very easy flash to gather. Closer, you can see, doesn't find the bubble, but picks himself up a Super Soaker at level 3. It ain't bad. I think you were talking about the value of Super Soaker early on the Zoe. I agree with you.
Ooh, cuz
Tremors.
It's gonna spot him going into the brush.
Oh, you sneaky devil.
But he knows that the Scuttler was taken, so he knows that he can't just walk that way. So he's gonna tunnel and try to go top now.
Oh, this is so sneaky as Canna is gonna catch up to Summit. That's a decent... Oh, no, it's not. Summit is well and truly dead. Hail of Blades not even necessary on this Rek'Sai. Cuz is actually going to be doing some relevant late game damage. Hail of Blades definitely very early game focused, but he can get brawly with the Conqueror. And it's only going to get worse as he does have first blood now. As OnFleek really likes coming into the mid lane, try and help out here. Closer just going to do his best to run back to this lane as quickly as possible and not miss any of the farm.
Yeah. Notice both mid laners took Ignite and Electrocute, which is... they're really trying to make a statement and say, yeah, I'm going to outplay you here, and neither of them is going to have that teleport for the lane presence and control. Instead, we're going all aggro here.
Yep, reminds me of Fly yesterday up against Chovy. Chovy was just happily picking Azir and taking teleport, and Fly's like, I want to be able to outlane you, and so he picks all of the aggressive stuff, and Chovy just sits there and gets to like 140 farm in
nothing
11
happens
minutes
lane.
or something. Yeah.
And it's like, why did I do this? This Ignite does nothing. Why am I here on this champion?
Wouldn't it be cool if I could change my summoner spells right now? Oh. You can if you take the Unsealed Spellbook.
Yeah. I like Unsealed Spellbook on the Zoe. There's a lot of different spells that you can get alongside with your W, and then it's very good for Baron stealing. On top of all that.
Yep, Portal Jump, certainly a very good ability for jumping into that Baron pit. Smite things away. Running around again. Outside. Closer picks himself up an Ignite. Ignite's a pretty good one too. Only level 5. As on Fleek unseen at the minute. As Gorilla also. He's over there. Control Ward comes in. Now we'll see whether Sandbox can actually make this one work. Remember, there is no flash as Cuz. He's on a Control Ward, but OnFleek misses the Q. And that's going to be the end of that.
Yeah, Cuz coming in there right at the perfect time. He was actually being called over to help push the lane because Closer was tipped off somehow. There was something that let him know that he had to be careful. Might have been a Hawk shot. It might have been lack of Nautilus down in the bottom lane. It could have been the pathing of the Lee Sin. There were a lot of things that could have tipped him off. Even just a sixth sense saying, like, I don't have flash. I'm a really easy gank right now. This lane is pushing away from me. It's in a really bad spot for me without flash. Can you help?
Well, there's Canna with his own Slicing Maelstrom. We'll see whether Summit's going to be able to throw his down as there it is. Summit is going to survive. The safeguard comes through, but this does mean that Cuz can take away the Cloud Drake. Sandbox probably don't care too much about that. Next one going to be the Infernal. We've got Ocean or Mountain Soul this game. As that's a good kill for Sandbox, but they're going to need to do more.
Yeah, the fact that Summit nearly dies there is definitely a little bit scary as Closer. Not going to be able to close that distance, but either way, still getting close to taking down a plate here and having a fun time in the lane. As we're going to take another look here at the top side. Looks like he's just baited into it. Flashed right on top of Summit, who was able to have the extra movement speed from probably Nimbus Cloak, but also the Lightning Rush to get out of range of the better Cannon ultimate. And then, of course, OnFleek right in position to help out and secure the kill. Even though he missed his Q again. Feels like his Qs have kind of been off today in the early game at least. We'll see if he can shore that up as the game comes along.
Might just need a little bit of practice, get the old eye in. As we're checking in on the bottom combat. Not much of it really happening here. As OnFleek is just being spotted everywhere. It reminds me of Prey, man. Like, the reason people think that we talk about Prey's Ashe as like, oh, he was just so good in team fights and all this sort of stuff. The main reason why Prey was so damn good at Ashe is because he followed junglers around with his Hawkshot. He always knew where people were. I don't know whether that was his team telling him or whether that was why he was so good, but it felt like a jungler was just always on vision if he was playing the Ashe. And Teddy's doing a very similar thing here. Seems to be following OnFleek around with those Hawk shots. This Cuz going to blast his way over. Does a cute little front flip there as well. Looks like this Rift Scuttler is going to belong to the Rek'Sai also. OnFleek going to come up here, but
see that blind Q? He just like blind Q'd into the brush, and it wasn't the pixel brush. It was kind of like just into the river. Coming up here, good trade by Closer, but he's got the angle.
That's the knock-up. Kick back there is OnFleek. He's just going to get out. He's on the wrong side of the map, though. This could be a little bit dangerous. Fate just going to take a Prey Seeker, and otherwise it's just going to be a disengage. OnFleek still without his flash. Cuz not having to use his.
You take a look at Cuz. He's having a fantastic game so far. The best on his team. I suppose that Closer's also doing a good job. Just not as remarkable because he didn't pick up a kill just yet. Nice dodge of the distortion with the Proto Belt, by the way. Those are good mechanics, definitely what he's known for. But yeah, Cuz, he's got 70 CS. It's more than his top laner. Yeah, plus the kill, which is the first blood. He got both the first Drake, and now he's going to pick up the first Rift Herald. So he's in total control of this game right now.
He's the one solely responsible of solving all of T1's neutral objective issues in this game. And look, he's the jungler. That's kind of his job. But certainly means that OnFleek has been basically invisible this game. Summit avoiding some chain lashes, definitely good news, but kind of doing the same thing with that Shuriken toss. So Closer pushes in the mid lane and mid priority. We talk about it all the time, but T1 have it. And that's why Cuz can just go around and get far more farm than any jungler should. The Summit with his jungler up here, but I don't think he's going to really be able to do too much. Just wanted to push that wave out. That's a good stun. But the Lee Sin's going home.
Yeah. He did like kind of half and half where he's like, hey, look, I used my lightning rush. You want to engage on me? But also he started pushing the lane because of that. So kind of smartly didn't just immediately hop forward and say, oh, yeah, let's go trade. He's like, nah, I mean, it's pushing into me. I can just chill back, throw some chains. I don't have to take risks. I don't have to go for unnecessary trades. And at that time, he was in the right to do exactly that, so he avoids the gank.
Yep. Summit also cycling some summoner spells as his flash is available again. 1 minute on the Infernal Drake as Gorilla has to dredge line to get himself out here. We're not going to find too many skill shots onto the Nautilus, so no punishment there. This game is just T1, honestly, just incrementally getting further ahead by this Rek'Sai owning the jungle over Onfleet. I imagine that the gold lead is almost all Cuz. Flash is on top of Fate. Fate is going to get ulted here and will be taken down.
Bonk.
Oh, bubble connects. Very nice. Ooh, okay, Effort might be in trouble. What was that?
Oh, what's going on Fleek?
Yep, sometimes you make
not
choices.
His game. It's unfortunate. He was always known as a great Lee Sin player, but
that was a great bubble.
Okay.
He landed that cute.
I like that.
Okay, never mind.
Unfortunately, it's Zoe, so.
Arrow connects onto Root. Decent cleanse. As Teddy's just going to walk on out. Guardian going to keep very, very healthy. And Cuz is going to steal everything away from the jungle. Oh my goodness. Fate just saved on Fleek's life. His closer is putting on so much pressure. Maybe this is what we're going to have to get used to, guys. I know a lot of people are missing Faker. I know there's so many of you tuning in to this game right now and just furiously typing, where's Faker? He should be here. Faker's the best player. He should be here. But Closer's playing very, very well. And I feel like this more streamlined communication we're seeing out of T1's working as I've cast Kirsten pretty quickly.
Cuz is here.
Yeah, Effort going to come on over and Canna dives on in. He's got a depth charge as Root's going to get flash exhausted. And the Drake is going to go over to Sandbox this time around. Slicing Maelstrom into the back line. Gorilla is going to fall, but Effort too as the Lee Sin falls down. Root now trying to fight Canna, but he cannot do anything. And now Teddy trying to kite this one out. He's in an awkward spot. That was a phenomenal stun in from Summit. We saw him miss some shurikens before, but he landed the ones that matter as Fate avoids the paddle star, but Summit doesn't avoid the bubble. And now Closer's looking for more, flashing everywhere. That was his real one, but he picks up another. Stopping some backs. Is he going to be able to get underneath the turret? Looks like the answer is going to be no. So, despite the fact that I tried my very hardest to cast Curse, T1 still come out ahead. Apart from being able to pick up the Drake as we check out Cuz being good.
가볼게.
I'm gonna try to get him.
아래 빼면 이거 미드 밀어 이번에. 바이게만 줘봐.
Saying like if he backs towards the bottom side, push mid, and then go towards Dragon. Either way, you can see this Dragon fight. So Closer, he was on a back, and remember, neither of the mid lanes have teleport, but LeBlanc was here. So T1 was behind. That was a great teleport that comes in from Summit as the front side is going well for T1, but the back side is, some bottom combat going on there. And it wasn't very good for them as Teddy was unfortunately taken out here at the same time. And it was very unfortunate. Well, Fate's dead. Just going to get another one here, 1-0-1.
That's a solo kill as well. Young Mechanics crew, man. Born 2003.
Oh boy.
As now Cuz is going to find the top laner of Sandbox. And there's the ulti. He's trying to turn this one, but he's not going to be able to. And Cuz even gives the assist over to Canna. He's a nice boy. 4-1-0. This Rek'Sai is very, very, very strong.
Yeah, this is just massive jungle difference in this game.
Oh,
like
absurd.
There was that one fight down there that we just saw the replay of where it was like, okay, T1, you kind of overstepped your boundaries. Kind of like Dom 1 in Game 1 against Hamalife earlier today. But other than that, the rest of the game is just really quite pristine from T1. Everything is going their way. Almost all the objectives were taken by Cuz, and he is totally out jungling on Fleek here in this early game. So let's see. He's already calling for trying to go for LeBlanc.
Oh my goodness. That was real clean.
He didn't even say anything. Closer, not a very talkative guy. He's one of the rookies, so makes sense. And this is just a sneaky Rek'Sai spot if you're looking for a top gank. I don't know about this ultimate usage. That was way too late. If you're going to use that, use it earlier. Try to stun and then lightning rush away or something.
Yep. Teddy here just picking up minions here towards the bottom side. And honestly, he's on the bus. This game doesn't really need to worry about too much. Just keep farming. What he likes to do is Arcana's going to dive on in onto Summit. Has his own slicing Maelstrom. Summit doesn't have his just yet. And now Canna's going to be able to grab, I believe, his 23rd solo kill, assuming the Kingslayer is going to come out. And there it is. Even survives. Damn, that was so close. The monk SUV. That's perfect. He thought he was going to die there. Oh, so good. I'm so glad we can emote now. That's just exceptional.
It adds so much to the game.
Oh, it does.
So that was number
23. Right? I think. I have it right in front of me. Yeah, it's 23. Okay. Oh, wait,
yeah,
unless he got one.
No, I don't think he did.
I don't think so. Well, this is not a solo kill. This is Teddy shooting someone with an arrow. Gorilla's going to die. I don't know who took it, whether it was on Fleek or Gorilla. But the result is the same regardless. As Root, yeah, he can't stand in a minion wave. On Fleek trying to grab some of his own jungle and does manage to get his Grump. But it looks like Shirley's going to be taken here by T1. And this game is really getting out of control fast.
Yeah, whenever you're in a position like this on the losing team, you have to consider what are your outs. Well, you're playing Aphelios against Ashe Zoe. And a fed Rek'Sai Silas, so Aphelios is really not going to get much value in this game. Maybe if he hits 4 items, but we're 17 minutes in and the game is already really one-sided, so it's not really looking good there. Fate, he's 2-2. He doesn't really have any stacks on his Dark Seal. He's not really going to be able to carry single-handedly from behind against Closer down a level. And Summit, he's playing blue side cannon, but they really don't have much vision control, so unless he gets like the perfect flank, even then, I mean, I could see T1 trying to turn it around, so we'll have to wait and see. I think T1 has to make some mistakes for Sandbox to come back in this one.
Well, Cuz has better CS per minute than Fate, Summit, and Canna. Pretty interesting. Also has the most gold in the game. And he will also take the first Mountain Drake.
Also, first player to land on the moon.
Cuz?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not released yet, but it's going to happen.
Oh, that's cool.
First at everything.
Cuz Armstrong. It's okay, Summit not going to get hit by that particular bubble. That was reserved for a minion, as now Gorilla steps a little bit too far forward, maybe, as they're going to take down the turret. Canna taken down to half, but Gorilla goes golden, and I think he's just seen his death right here as yes. That is going to be the Braum passive. Oh no, but he's going to survive for the minute. Okay, Zoe picks up 1 kill, and now Root's just getting smashed by this T1 roster. A double comes down. Cuz steals the 3rd, so not going to be a pentakill here, but oh man. T1 are looking destructive against Sandbox today.
Are they going to go for the end here? No, they're not. It's T1. Of course, in this case, I don't think he knew, but
18.5.
Would have been fun for the today memes, you know, with all the games basically ending in that fashion exactly. One big team fight at around 20 minutes, and then the winning team, who has been dominating for the entirety of the game, just goes in and ends it. And at first, this looked way too aggressive. I'm like, okay, well, you don't really need to do that, but it actually made sense. Gets the stopwatch out of Gorilla. Summit, this is very desperate. He knows he's got one job, and it's to engage with this flash. And he says, better do it now. I mean, we're only going to be farther behind later. So he immediately dies. Root gets bopped on the head by the Zoe. And all of the dominoes fall from there. They're just way too far ahead. There's not much that Sandbox's comp can do to come back in here.
Oh, not going to get him. Oh, dear. That's a shame. Canna, yes, another one. Was that another? Yeah.
Monk S.
Yeah.
Yumi S.
Love it. Love. We need to get those on Twitch, I think. We've got a Twitter now. By the way, guys, if you aren't following LCK_global, make sure you do that. That's where all of your LCK news is going to be coming. It is, my God, a long time coming. We've been waiting for an LCK Twitter on the global side for a very, very long time, and finally it is here. So give it a follow if you still use Twitter. We also have an Instagram, stuff like that. But
yeah,
Twitter is something I've been really looking forward to.
I don't think we have a global Instagram.
Yeah, I think the LCK has an Instagram, but not a...
Yeah.
Maybe we do? I don't know.
I don't
you
think
can
so.
look it up.
Maybe in the future, but we definitely have a global Twitter that tweets in English.
Mm-hmm.
So, absolutely check that out. Nobody is going to be foolish enough to approach this turret, so this gank isn't going to work.
Look at all of the wards. Look at all of T1.
Yeah.
What the heck? How is Sandbox supposed to get anywhere near the Baron Pit? They can't.
Well, they're
It's
not.
a bajillion wards. That's insane. And T1 also always knows where all of Sandbox are all the time because they have Tremor Sense, like here, like Fate. Oh man, this game's rough. And the Hawkshot, of course, is what I meant as well. Meaning that Teddy can just keep track of everyone. There goes another drone.
Oh, I see that 3 of them are now in the enemy red side jungle. And yeah, I'm going to be giving my Pog vote over to Cuz.
Yeah, I think we can write that one down now.
I think that just makes sense.
161. What the heck?
Yeah, he just... It's one of those games where you get an early gank, and then one of your laners is roaming, and then you're able to like eat one of the waves that comes in, and also you're not dying, so your uptime in the jungle is really high. And you get that early item, so you're clearing faster. It's kind of everything snowballs together.
Yeah, not to mention you're also in a good matchup, and you get the early lead, and if On Fleek sees you, he has to run away, so you get everything.
The world is your oyster.
100%.
Not even just the jungle. You can roam wherever you want. So he was able to snowball that into tons of CS and just get way far ahead.
We'll see whether T1 do have a look at a Baron. There are a couple of pesky little wards around the area. Looks like On Fleek was able to get in something down. Steady's going to shove this wave. Bubble lands on Fleek. He may just be dead. Yeah, oh my god, the damage. Is the Paddle Star going to land? The answer's no, but the Sparkles will. And goodbye, Mr. Lee Sin. 4-0 and 2 now for closer. This guy's looking real good. It's another Zoe player, man. Another Zoe player.
Yeah.
Cuz also going to deny the blue buff steal that Fate was going for there. It looks like T1 might just head towards the purple worm. We'll see whether they actually start it up.
They didn't catch that ward there on the edge. He's looking a little bit suspicious, and they should know.
Yep, they saw the Paddle Star go the other direction as, oh my god, Hawkshot. What an ability.
You see that TP out of God?
Yeah, I mean, he's looking for a team fight while they're taking down the Baron, I guess. By team fight, I mean, I guess he's looking to fight Sandbox by himself. Mountain Drake available. Sandbox is going to try and at least get a consolation prize, maybe, but I don't think they can do it. Yeah, you're exactly right. As Effort's going to dive on in. That Glacial Fissure was fantastic. Root was knocked up for a little while, as Gorilla is going to fall first now. 4 versus 5. All the vision here for T1. As the bubble connects onto On Fleek. Oh no, he's real dead. Canna grabs that kill. Summit gonna heal to get out of the way of the volley CC as the bubble's not going to connect. But I think the damage has been done, Valdez. The mid turret is going to fall. The bottom had already been taken due to all of that bottom combat that we were having earlier on. Fate's on the wrong side. He's looking to defect.
I'm going to join the Mountain Drake. I'm going rogue. I'm not part of either team, actually.
Yeah, I'm a neutral objective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, T1 with the death timers still pretty short here. And they only killed 2 of them, so it's not like they can just push in. Don't want to take that risk, so they'll just back, go for the Mountain Drake. On Fleek is just casually killing a control ward here. Not sure what the thought process was. I guess maybe he thought, hey, I mean, I have an ally here. I guess I should be fine. But that is not the case, as he actually had 3 enemies behind him.
Oh, the arrow. I don't really like the golden arrows from this skin. They're difficult to see, but yeah, Gorilla unfortunately.
What about the golden bubbles?
The golden bubbles then that's a prestige edition. Skinners. All right, some people have been found. There's another arrow is going to
They don't
connect from
take damage.
downtown. My God. As Cuz gets out. Effort now going to get slowed for a moment as Canna finds his entrance. Oh my God, this could be the moment. Knock up onto Gorilla. He might be the sacrificial lamb as Fate from the side. Trying to keep them corralled. Okay, Bubble connects. Like fish in a barrel right now. As T1, they did suffer a bit of damage, but it's not too much to worry about just yet. As we're over 10,000 gold in the lead here on T1's side. They're just waiting for a minion wave so they can take down this last remaining lane's worth of turrets.
You know, they're going to end in the more classical way. You know, it's not just going to be like, oh, we just bonked him on the head and pushed down mid lane at 21 minutes into the game and ended it.
Did Root just lose a battle with a minion?
Well, makes sense because he kind of has the power of a minion at this moment in time. And those super minions, they'll get you.
They certainly were, as he goes back to the fountain. So I think they've got one last team fight in him. It's going to take some absolute heroism, but T1 now just, oh God, Closer is just having the best time ever. Not going to be able to take on Fleet there. Taken to half. Now Canna has his favorite ultimate and is just going to dive underneath two turrets. The Aphelios was there for a second. The Nautilus as well, but now they're gone. Summit onto the fountain, he's been ignited. The Zoe's taken down there by Fate, but Canna won't have any of that. Looking to try and execute them. I don't know what Teddy was doing. He's like, I'm super irrelevant this game. Let my screen be gray while you guys destroy the Nexus. Summit gets in there. He does have a stopwatch, doing a fair bit of damage, but I think T1 are going to kill him and not the Nexus, just for fun, as finally they do secure the 2-0. A much better looking T1 here in this game, reminiscent of what they did to KT in that telecom war. And I don't want to talk about it, Valdez. I don't ever like talking about a team looking better with Faker or without him. So I'm just not going to. But damn, that was a great performance. And Closer, once again, looking really, really good here in his second outing.
Yeah, I mean, the last couple of matches that they have played, they were against KT and Sandbox. Again, they're not the top of the table, but they are relevant teams that are middle of the pack.
Yeah.
And these are games that if T1 wants to be part of the top four, they need to 2-0. And they need to show that, hey, we're strong enough to dominate them. Doesn't have to be Dom 1 where they're like literally making their opponents not even in the game. But you need to be able to at least take the 2-0, and they were able to do that successfully 2 nights in a row. So say what you will about the mid lane, the change has worked so far. I'm curious to see how it works against a top-level team.
Exactly.
As that will be the final test for this new roster.
And what is actually going to be their next match? I wanna find out who they have yet to face. And oh my goodness. So that's Sandbox. Never mind. So they've still got
Dynamics.
The last two matches that T1 have are Dom1 Gaming and DRX. So the next one, yeah, Solo and Prince, Dynamics, and then Afrika. Not exactly the cream of the crop when it comes to mid laners. I think the next one is certainly going to be an easy one, but with Showmaker and Chovy waiting at the end of that, it's like a boss gauntlet.
Yeah.
But like in this particular game, the difficulty curve is just stupid. So it goes like this, and then it Ninja Gaidens you, and just and it gets really, really tough. And that's exactly what's going to happen with this particular run that Closer is going to have to do if he continues to play in the mid lane for T1.
And I think he will, to be honest. I don't see any reason to take him out. They have very clean games, 2 2-0s in a row. Keep him in, get him that experience leading up to those matches. Play him game 1. If he gets smacked, bring in Faker, right? Bring in the big guns, bring in the veteran, and say, okay, now we're going to bring in Faker, and let's see how you do. And if they get 0-2 from there, then there's other problems. So I think you got to give this guy a chance while he's on a roll. This is the perfect way to get a rookie prepared for pro play as well, is to give him a bunch of wins, get him some confidence under his belt, just to, go up against then Chovy and
yeah, we'll see whether it is actually going to be
Showmaker
Closer that does play that one, because Showmaker and Chovy are going to be a very, very different beast for him to deal with. Fate's no slouch though, so not taking away anything here from Closer, but I think this game had a lot more to do with Cuz absolutely obliterating on fleek in the jungle. The amount of jungle diff was just nutty. And it skewed the entire game. As at least the Infernal did go over to Sandbox. On fleek did have that one, but I don't know, man. This fight was okay for Sandbox. But in the end, Canna was a real big boy and able to absolutely bully Sandbox around. I think there might be a couple of votes for Canna this game. There might be a couple of votes for Closer this game because his solo kills were very impressive. But I feel like it was all handed to both of these solo laners on a silver platter by their selfless jungler.
Yeah, I mean, Cuz was the early game.
Yeah.
For T1, he was doing literally everything. So I think you just have to hand it over to him. But we'll see what the media has to say about that. Who they want to vote for. You know, maybe they'll go for Teddy because he's an 80 carry. Could be.
That's true. He is an 80 carry.
Shot them a lot with his bow and also hawk shotted too. So
his hawk shots were actually good.
They were.
All sarcasm aside, they were fantastic. Had nothing to do with, well, I mean, it did have a lot to do with how they won the game, honestly, because it meant that on-fleek was always in vision and Cuz could just do whatever he wanted. So I think at that point,
that sounded like the, what's it called? The Wilhelm scream? Is that what it's called? Do you know that?
No.
It's like the sound effect that was used in early...
oh yeah, when the guy falls off the... yeah. It's used in Star Wars all the time, right? Yeah.
It's exactly what he sounded like.
I didn't know that scream had a name.
It does.
I just thought it was the one that everyone uses
like William
forever.
or Wilhelm or something like that.
Yeah. Maybe the collective can tell us exactly what was going on. As, yeah, I mean, the 80 carries weren't super relevant in this game. Neither was on fleek. Did a bit of damage, but nothing in comparison to this Rek'Sai, which was utterly dominant. This is just T1 looking real good against Sandbox, who were looking better. Like, Sandbox came back after, you know, their first Yamato loss, and then did become, start to look better and better again, but just not against these top teams, man. It's just not, it's not happening. We've got so many gatekeepers, as Cuz is going to pick it up. Damn, Valdez, you're on fire today.
8 out of 12. Now let's see. Let's see who's voting, where we got 1 for top and 3 for mid.
Yeah. So, I just want to know who is voting for the mid lane.
Maybe production's not happy that I called them out because they're not telling. Oh, they're writing it now.
Observers.
1 observer voted for mid and
2
media.
2 media, baby. There we go.
Wait, who was the top vote? Was that the 3rd media? That would be hilarious. Poor media, guys. Getting bantered.
That's really funny.
And the observer was probably Jonas Strong because
always.
He likes to be a contrarian.
He is an eclectic voter. Yeah. Absolutely. And I mean, Closer did play very, very good League of Legends.
He did.
He
had a
played
great game.
Exceptionally well, but
it just wasn't the main reason why he won.
No. And his job was so much easier because Cuz is playing really, really well. And it just shows that, like, Cuz's lacking performance was really hurting T1 because when he plays well, the games look so much different. It's just ridiculous.
It's true. Yeah. I mean, even with Faker in that lineup, that would have been a super clean game as well.
So. Absolutely. So let's throw it over to G-Sun for the interview with Effort and Cuz.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's hear from Effort, Cuz, the main characters of today's T1's victory. Congratulations on the win. You picked up 2-0 win up against Sandbox Gaming. How do you feel, Effort? I'm happy to extend our winning streak to the 3rd one, and I think our performance was quite clean, so I'm really happy. Sandbox was also on a winning streak, so we prepared really hard for it, and I'm glad that we were able to pick up a win. In game number 1, we saw a very unorthodox pick, Sona Luxcom, coming into the bottom lane. Were you guys a little bit aware of the potential entrance of this new comp? I watched a lot of games from other regions, so I was aware that this comp exists, but I didn't really expect them to play it today. How did the players react to it? Were some of them flustered? We believe that our comp was having a draft edge, so we weren't too worried. What about you, cuz? Hecarim pick into the jungle. I was a little bit flustered, or quite flustered, but Hecarim jungle I saw it a lot on the solo queue as well. But I'm happy that we were able to get a clean win. What did the coaching staff or other veteran players say about this kind of unorthodox picks? Any advice? Well, I mean, our coaching staff, they always do. They told us to like try to utilize our priority as we did in the scrims. Effort. So your answer to Sona Lux was Ezreal and Bard. Sona and Lux are really short range comp, so we thought that Ezreal will be having a very comfortable matchup, and also they don't have any escape skills, so I think Bard ultimate will be a counter to them. Now, speaking of the ultimates, let's take a look at the fantastic Bard ultimate from you, Effort. Can you elaborate this moment for us, please? So we were trying to counter jungle the opponent camp, but we saw them to interrupt us. So I thought that we were going to win this fight, so we were taking their fight attempts. After this huge victory in this fight, well, T1 definitely had the control of the game, right? Yeah, Ezreal was well fed, and we thought that we'll be able to grab a win in the late game, but we were able to accelerate the scaling of Ezreal at that point. So yeah, we thought that we were quite confident for this game. Rek'Sai versus Lee Sin and Zoe versus LeBlanc. It was very aggressive comp going head to head. So what was your plan for that game? About the pathing, it all depends on the situation. And bottom and top, I have to take care of the lane priority in the bottom and top lane, so that's why I picked up the Rek'Sai for that game, and I was also able to kind of spot the Lee Sin a lot, so that was also very effective. And also, we thought that Lee Sin will be looking for a lot of mid lane gank attempts, so I told him and to be aware of it. And I said I'm gonna carry the game. And Closer, born in 2003. What's your teamwork like with him? I mean, he's really young, but he had some great mechanics, so he's really good at some of the mechanical plays. But it hasn't been a while since he's been playing in competitive games and team games, so yeah, we are still working on it. And Teddy was so close to getting that pentakill, and Closer actually stole it away, and Teddy was calling out his name but saying it's okay. Was that for fun? I mean, that's how we joke around in real life, and also he's the youngest player in our team. So we just wanted him to kind of stay like not too excited at that point of the game. Effort. What about you? What's your thought on Teddy in real life? I mean, he's a really nice brother, and it's really comfortable to play together with him. I mean, we saw T1 players really being happy all throughout the game today, which means that you guys are on a really good atmosphere. And we had some... today we saw T1 going for a lot of Herald tries this time around. Was that intended, or was that like adapting to the given situation in game? Maybe we always wanted to like go for Heralds whenever we were able to, but now we have been improving a lot, so we were able to kind of go for more Herald tries. T1 is definitely speeding up here in the Summer Split, and your next opponent will be Seoreum Prince. And what's your mindset going into the hunt for the 4th match winning streak? Seoreum Prince, I mean, we have the experience of losing to them, so we won't let our guards down and stay alert in that series. Korean Prince, I want to outclass them in the laning phase and get a win, so we will prepare really hard for that series. Congratulations on extending your winning streak, and this will be the end of the interview with effort, Cuz from T1 picking up 2-0 victory up against Sandbox Gaming. And let's check out team final standings here in the LCK of this week. Let's check it out.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the interview translation. Great to hear from Cuz and Effort, two players that we don't really hear from the most of when it comes to T1, so really nice to hear from them. They will move to 1 victory behind Gen G, but as you can see, they're on even matches, so they're going to have to hope that Gen G slips up. Remember, T1 have already faced them so far in this round robin, so they're going to be looking elsewhere for those victories to come. And Damwon, remember, they still need to face Gen G a second time, and we'll see whether this time they can get the better of them.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Sandbox, that would have been a wonderful match to pick up to have a better shot at making it into playoffs. But it is T1, so it's not going to be an easy match with that, as here is Week 8, guys.
And Thursday, last time it was, I think, second match was Damwon versus Kingzone. Now we're just going to serve it up to you straight away. Get the Damwon Gen G action right out of the gate on Thursday. That's going to be the next matchup. That's going to be yourself, Brendan Valdez, and good old LS. And yeah, you were talking about Sandbox having a rough time. Their next match is against DRX. That's going to be a tough one. Afrika versus Dynamics should be interesting still, certainly. A lot of LCK to go, as we still have a couple of weeks left. And then playoffs, and then Worlds, and we'll see exactly how the LCK is going to perform there as well. Make sure you guys check out the POX date. It is going to be released on Tuesday at 10 p.m. KST. Pretty sure. Double checking. That's off the top of my head. Pretty sure that's when it comes out. I've already seen it because, of course,
you were there.
Insider information.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go film Future Atlas's news segment, which is going to be a whole lot of fun. So I'm going to go do that. You guys go do whatever you want. We'll see you next week for more LCK action. Good night.
Changed and I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark, I'd see. You've always believed and have faith in me. You'll always be my hero. And I'll be for everything you've done. You'll always be my hero. So strong, I feel the freedom to be who I can be. Always be my hero. Give me everything I need. All that I need. If I was ever in the dark, I'd see. Always believe and have faith in me. You'll always be my